At the dawn of the galaxy-spanning civil war, the Horus Heresy, the 13th Legion, known to history as the Ultramarines, stood among the mightiest of all the Emperor's creations. Their numbers reached nearly 250,000 Astartes. Their domain stretched across countless worlds, and their logistics and training infrastructure were unmatched. It was this very strength, this stability of empire and discipline, that would make them a prime target for the treacherous designs of Horus and the dark powers of the warp. The hammer blow would fall at Kauth. Yet, before that tragic betrayal, the Ultramarines' reputation had already been carved into legend. Their lapis blue armor and their Primarch Roboute Guilliman's tactical brilliance, celebrated across the Imperium by iterators and remembrancers. But the true path that had forged them into the Emperor's most disciplined sons was far less known, its truths buried beneath secrecy and revision. Their origins were complex, their relationships with other legions often strained, and these concealed tensions would one day bear bitter fruit. Like all legions, the 13th traced their genesis to Terra, forged in the final years of the Unification Wars. Early records show that the 13th Legion's Alpha intake, the initial test cohort raised to prove the stability of their gene seed, performed flawlessly. No mutations were recorded beyond those expected in the process of Astartes creation, and all organs functioned to design. Psychologically, however, the 13th displayed a curious balance of aggression and order. They demonstrated not only enhanced drive and cohesion, but also an almost pathological dedication to completing any assigned objective. Compared to the unstable fury of the 12th Legion, or the restless individuality of the 5th, the 13th's focus and discipline stood apart. Recruitment for the fledgling legion drew from across Terra's war-torn face. The Maglev clans of Panpokoro, the war families of the Saragon Enclave, the Midafric Hive Oligarchy, and the cannibal tribes of the Caucasus Wastes. These cultures shared one grim commonality. Each had fiercely resisted the Emperor's conquest and had been brought to heel only through near annihilation. From these broken remnants, the 13th Legion was forged, earning the moniker the Warborn. Many Imperial historians believe that this was no accident. The 13th may have been designed as a weapon of assimilation, their cohesion and discipline engineered to draw strength from conquered peoples and bleed rebellion from Terra's last holdouts. It is telling that the 13th never fought on Terra itself during the final campaigns of unification. Instead, their first recorded honors came from the first pacification of Luna and the brutal Sedna campaign at the edge of Sol. As the Great Crusade began, the 13th fought alongside the Emperor's armies during the liberation of the Segmentum Solar, humanity's first stellar domains. Remnants of the Dark Age of technology were brought to heel, some welcoming the Imperium, others resisting it. The 13th Legion, 8,000 strong, distinguished itself in these earliest wars, aiding in the liberation of Durnius, the destruction of the Scorvidian Xenon Empire, and numerous independent compliance actions across Loren Sigma, Seckles Landing, and Ni Deville. From each conquered world, new recruits were tithed, militant survivors molded into Astartes. It was in this era that the Emperor's grand design became clear. Each legion bore its own character, each Primarch's gene line carrying unique strengths. Some were overt, the fury of the 9th Legion, the resilience of the 14th, while others were subtle, the dread of the 8th, the cold precision of the 10th. Among these, the 13th were defined by their balance, aggression tempered by restraint, ambition bound by order. They excelled in both joint operations and independent campaigns, commanding mortal armies of the Imperialis Auxilia with efficiency that few could match. They disciplined the unruly and inspired courage in the fearful, duties many legions shunned. In their adaptability, they mirrored both the Dark Angels and the Luna Wolves, mastering warfare through imitation and refinement. Their fighting style became an evolving art, blending Terran tribal ferocity with the tactical genius of their peers. By the third solar decade of the Great Crusade, the 13th Legion had forged its own distinct identity. Pragmatic and forthright, they favored swift engagements and direct action over elaborate stratagems. Every operation was defined by clear objectives, calculated strikes, and practical execution. They were proud, too, fiercely so, loyal beyond question, yet unwilling to let their honor go unguarded. Rivalries of achievement began to bloom with other legions, particularly those already reunited with their Primarchs. Their pride manifested visibly in the field. Unlike the 3rd Legion or the 14th, the 13th did not adopt a singular, unified heraldry. Instead, individual companies developed their own honors and embellishments, layered atop their storm gray and gunmetal armor from the Sedna campaign. Some bore black gauntlets and midnight helms. Warriors who had fought beside the 8th Legion in purging the abhuman corsairs of the Cancerii Nebula, adopting the symbols of justice and death, and naming themselves Nemesis. Others, who had turned back the orc hordes on Crypta Mundi, carried the emerald sheen of that planet's aurora upon their pauldrons, a badge of the millions they had saved. Through such distinctions, the 13th expressed strength through unity, individuality through discipline. When asked why the Legion bore no formal name beyond its number, their first Lord Commander, Grin Vossatho, gave a simple answer. I am told that once the numeral 13th was taken as an ill omen by the weak-minded and those enslaved by the lies of superstition. But in the Emperor's service, we shall make it a byword for redemption and glory. Yet the truest test of the 13th Legion's resolve and of all they had built was still to come. By 833 M30, the 13th Legion had swelled to roughly 33,000 Astartes. Its core war host organized as the autonomous 12th Expeditionary Fleet, Two forces had driven this rapid growth. First, their practical style of war shunned attrition where possible. They pursued objectives with minimal loss of life, and wherever a human world could be salvaged, worked to minimize civilian casualties. Second, their gene seed proved remarkably stable in replication. Implantation success sat near the median, but mutation rates during organ reproduction were among the lowest recorded, matched only by the First Legion sample, allowing steady expansion even without the stabilizing boon of a Primarch's mature genome. In those days, the Emperor steered the Principia Imperialis, while Ferrus Manus and the 10th Legion, and Horus with the Luna Wolves, drove the Great Crusade's 3 great spearheads into the outer dark beyond the Segmentum Solar. Yet the 13th Legion's size, self-sufficiency, and genetic reliability earned the 12th Expeditionary Fleet a different charge: to range the inner galactic disk, probing the dense star field's core-word of Terra. Thus, when crisis erupted perilously close to the sector's heart, the 13th were nearest and swiftest to answer. Without warning, the Osiris Cluster, 11 star systems in the inner arc of the Segmentum Solar's second quadrant, declared secession. Chartist ships were seized, Imperialis Armada patrols engaged and driven off, Imperial authorities silenced and presumed dead. These worlds had once entered compliance in the Crusade's 8th standard year with little bloodshed, a campaign in which the 13th had taken quiet pride. Now, their open rebellion stung that pride deeply. Lord Commander Grin Vossatho vowed to end it decisively. Acting on initial intelligence, Vossatho hurled the 12th Expeditionary Fleet at the Halo world Septus 12, leaving support craft, transports, and forward ships behind under guard. The strike would fall on Cabasset, an atmospherically sealed hive on Septus 12's night side, and the cluster's political and economic heart. A quick decapitation, he reasoned, could sever the rebellion in a single blow. The fleet burst into real space at the system's rim. 20 capital ships, led by the Goliath-class Sethon's Thunder, smashing aside monitors and fire ships with ease. A precise, short-ranged bombardment crippled the orbital defenses, and the path to the planet lay open. Vossatho's plan, honed from observation of Luna Wolf decapitation strikes, targeted Cabasset's government and environmental control complexes, the hive's life-supporting organs. By sparing infrastructure and culling only the rebellion's brain, he intended both swift resolution and a brutal lesson against defiance. The strategy relied on the Legion's detailed, Imperial-era assessments of Septus 12's forces and layout. Every assumption was wrong. The assault began with promise. Sethon's Thunder tore wide rents in Cabasset's shell, and Vossatho himself led the Stormbirds into the breach. Then the resistance hit, harder than any projection. The landing cohorts were swallowed by tides of human bodies. Thousands of dead-eyed civilians crudely stitched into pressure suits, armed with improvised weapons and suicide charges fashioned from mining explosives. The 13th adapted instantly, maximizing attrition while driving forward. But the mass pressed on in a chilling wordless surge. This was no ordinary revolt. Something else had hold of these people. Determined not to let momentum die, Vossatho called reinforcements, ordering a brutal thrust built on speed, coordination, and superior close combat prowess. Slowly, at mounting cost, the Astartes punched deeper into the hive, taking objectives and crushing better armed but equally vacant defenders. Evidently, the noble bodyguard cadres hollowed of will. When the Legion was committed, kilometers into Cabasset, the trap snapped shut. From the burning corona of the primary star, a Xenos fleet appeared. 5 vast, hourglass-shaped leviathans, their structures turning and rotating like clockworks. Seeing catastrophe bloom, Vossatho ordered a general retreat. On the ground, Stormbirds came under concentrated assault to strand the Astartes, while fresh human mobs surged from side streets, bent not on killing, but on smothering, pinning Astartes beneath sheer weights of bodies. And above, the fleets met. The hourglass ships dwarfed Sethon's thunder, lashing out with blazing whips of elemental fire that seared imperial hulls and collapsed fighter wings and torpedo swarms into sudden singularities. The outmatched 12th Expeditionary Fleet fought on, driving one Titan back, strange vapors bleeding from its wounds, at the cost of a dozen Imperial warships. Sethon's thunder reeled, aflame and tumbling, as new horrors manifested. Fearful figures glowing with sickly inner light materialized amid the fighting, on the surface and aboard Imperial ships alike. Encased in biomechanical suits, they were barely corporeal. Wraiths whose gauntlets spat ethereal flame, and whose alien wills crushed resisting minds. Vossatho's last command was simple and absolute. Withdraw as many of the 13th as could be reached. The Imperium had met a new enemy. Word must reach Terra. He chose to stay, to command the rear guard on the surface, a penance for his misjudgment. Before the end, he transferred command to First Master Marius Gage, the senior surviving officer in orbit. Gage's cool, ruthless choreography, thrust, counter-thrust, feint, and fighting withdrawal, held the Titan ships at arm's length long enough for every surviving Stormbird to claw free. Disaster was bled into defeat. The cost was terrible. Over 6,500 Astartes fell, the greatest single battle loss in 13th Legion history, many among the Legion's elite Terran veterans, and Vossatho with them. A quarter of the fleet lay lost or beyond repair. Sethon's thunder among the most grievously mauled. Worse still was the blow to their pride. Overconfidence had undone them, and vengeance, instantly desired, was denied. When the 13th returned less than a standard year later, the Osiris cluster was quarantined and blockaded, and they came backed by the Solar Armada. Elements of the 18th Legion, and specialist anti-psyker cadres from Terra. Of the foe, designated by the officio biologus as Ozarin Cybird, there was no trace. Worlds lay as wastelands of unburied dead or racked by civil war. Fragmented data spheres and minds scoured nearly clean yielded only a pattern. A stealthy, insidious conquest. Wills burned out, populations stolen away into the void. The remainder left to starve in place. Elsewhere, subtle psychic dominion had stoked fear into rebellion, rebellion into collapse. A foe perhaps few in number, but terrifying in power and method, marked now for extermination by the Emperor's own writ. The campaign to reclaim the cluster brought little glory, only empty worlds and grim work. The 13th swore a blood oath. Wherever the Cybird appeared, they would answer. Under Marius Gage, newly named Lord Commander and Legion Master, they reorganized, refit, replenished, and hurled themselves back into the Great Crusade, victory after victory, as if to scour Septus XII from memory. Vossatho's name and the battle where he fell passed from lips, yet lingered as a shadow behind every stride. A canker of doubt took root. A yearning grew, an old longing, now sharpened, to find their Primarch and become whole. The dark irony was, the Emperor had already found him, more than 2 Terran years earlier. But the warp is its own master, and contact would not be possible for several more years. But the 13th fought on, relentlessly, joylessly, taking world after world, shunning laurels they once welcomed and the recognition they once courted. They waited for salvation. Unlike certain Primarchs, the early life of Roboute Guilliman is widely told, passed through iterators and remembrancers, polished by purpose, but consistent in its core. The Emperor forged 20 Primarchs from his own divine genome, each endowed with unique, superhuman gifts. Chaos stole them in the womb, scattering their capsules through the warp. Some pods were breached, the immaterium seeped in, twisting destinies that would only reveal their true corruption much later, amid the heresy's flames. After decades or centuries adrift, the capsules fell upon human worlds across the galaxy, each a crucible. Heroes and monsters, tyrants and liberators, fate, design, and the nature of each world's people would define them. One capsule fell to Macragge on the eastern fringe, a bleak yet habitable world whose ancient industry still hummed, whose society was authoritarian, cohesive, whose people maintained short-range warpcraft and sublight void ships, even through the Age of Strife storms, preserving contact with nearby human systems. When a party of magnates found the capsule within a forest, they saw technology, not sorcery. They broke the seal and found a perfect human infant, wreathed in a soft, luminous nimbus. They brought the child to Connor Guilliman, one of Macragge's 2 consuls, and master of its most civilized region. Connor adopted the boy, naming him Roboute. The child grew swiftly. His powers, physical and mental, astonished him. By his 10th birthday, he had consumed all Macragge's tutors could teach. His memory was absolute. His ability to draw precise conclusions from fractured data bordered on the uncanny. Above all, he excelled at war. On Macragge, a high science, not merely a necessity. At legal majority, Connor granted him command of an expedition to pacify Illyrium, Macragge's barbarous north. Outcasts, petty war states, and bands of fierce warriors. Roboute's campaign was brilliant. He won their submission and respect. But returning triumphant, he found Macragge civitas in chaos. In Roboute's absence, the co-consul Galen had launched a coup. He had long coveted sole power and conspired with jealous aristocrats fearful of Connor's popularity and of Roboute's superhuman promise. This ancient regime held vast estates and exploited countless vassals. Connor, backed by industrial magnates, had pressed reforms, increased rights and living standards for vassals, and laws compelling nobles to rebuild infrastructure and expand the capital at their own expense. The people adored him. The aristocracy seethed. As Roboute approached the capital, he saw smoke on the horizon and citizens fleeing. Galan's private army had attacked the Senate House. A drunken mob unleashed by Galan and now out of control roamed the city, burning and killing indiscriminately. Roboute drove for the Senate, leaving his troops to crush the rioters without quarter. The government district was a charnel ground. Firing squads had done their work. Beneath the shattered Senate House, he found his father, mortally wounded. For 3 days, Connor had directed the city's defense, even as surgeons struggled to save him after an assassination attempt on the Senate floor, a spark that ignited the coup's firestorm. In his last breaths, he laid bare Galan's treachery and named every conspirator. Roboute's rage was arctic and absolute. With his army and the people at his back, he smashed the rebel nobles, scattered their hireling soldiers, and lined the streets with the bodies of rioters. Order returned swiftly. In a wave of acclamation, he took up the mantle of sole consul of Macragge. He shattered the old order. Lands and titles were stripped. Galan and the ringleaders were executed. The rest condemned to rebuild the city by hand, stone by stone. A sentence few survived. Loyal soldiers and hard-working settlers rose, and rights replaced privilege. With superhuman energy and a Primarch's relentless focus, Roboute remade Macragge into a meritocracy. The diligent prospered, the honorable rose to high office. Those who defied the common good faced harsh but even-handed justice. The economy was rebalanced, and the military transformed into a formidable modern force. Under Roboute Guilliman, Macragge flourished. One people, one order, awaiting the day when destiny and the Great Crusade would collide. While the young Roboute Guilliman waged war in Illyria, the Emperor's Principia Imperialis reached Espendor around 832 M30, brushing the outer edge of those few worlds with which Macragge had maintained its tenuous links. From the Espendorians, the Emperor learned of Macragge and of the extraordinary son of Consul Connor Guilliman. From what he heard, he knew the child could only be a missing Primarch. Some claim the Emperor's arrival so far from the Great Crusade's main advance was no accident, that by his arts he had foreseen what he would find. Whether or not that is true, what followed certainly was not in any plan. As his fleet moved toward Macragge, warp squalls rose and sealed off Macragge and nearby systems from approach. Even the Emperor could not easily ignore such a storm. Nearly 5 standard years would pass before contact could be attempted again. In that span, Macragge transformed. Uniformity and order took root. Prosperity and productivity surged. Cities rose anew in glittering marble and steel. Armies were well armed and drilled, already preparing for ventures beyond their home. For even before the Emperor's return, Roboute had delved into the old histories of Macragge's fallen aristocracy and found fragments of mankind's once vast interstellar dominions. He began to dream of horizons beyond Ultramar, and by sheer will set that dream into motion. Within the warp-sealed enclave, Macragge's vessels plied regular patrolled routes to neighboring systems, drawing in raw materials and people. Brief, victorious campaigns pacifying troubled neighborhoods. When the Emperor at last beheld what his lost Gene's son had wrought in 837 M30, he was pleased. He met Roboute Guilliman without the careful disassembling some of his more savage brothers required. Leman Russ, Ferrus Manus, Mortarion, Vulcan, to name a few. For his part, Roboute learned his true origin and swore fealty at once. He had already reasoned correctly that he had been made, not merely born, with a purpose. Imperial observers quickly saw what set Roboute apart, even among Primarchs: an analytical intelligence of rare power, and a gift for statecraft and macro-organization of staggering potential. Few guessed how far those talents, harnessed to the Great Crusade, would carry him. The 13th Legion was assigned to Guilliman without delay. He needed little prompting to absorb the truths of the wider galaxy, the Great Crusade, and the technological wonders of the nascent Imperium. The Legion greeted the Union with rejoicing, honored that their Primarch accepted their fealty. His oratory and vision swept away lingering doubts. Official records speak of an almost seamless assumption of command. But Guilliman did more than lead. He set about transforming the Legion. A Space Marine host, to him, was not merely the warriors at the front. It was a supply chain, the ships that bore them, the manufactoria forging their munitions, the worlds that bred their recruit. Indivisible and all equally vital. All of these together were a legion, and he meant to bind and direct them so that his own would prosper and the Emperor's will be done. He would not simply make Macragge a headquarters and recruiting world, as many peers had done. He would make it the fulcrum of a far larger lattice of provision and support. The worlds linked to Macragge would form only the first components. Thus began the realm of Ultramar, a project of solar decades, expanding right up until the first treacherous blows of the looming and the inevitable Horus heresy. As he forged Ultramar, Guilliman undertook a root and branch reorganization of his legion, drawing on Macragge's military doctrines and political philosophies, a close study of the 13th's history, and a survey of the strengths of every legion under the Emperor's banner. He remade its structure and tactical doctrine. What emerged was a force elegant, elaborate, and meritocratic, amplifying temperaments already latent in the Legion's gene seed, while purging weaknesses through analysis and reason. The doctrine settled into dual pillars: the practical, courage, discipline, skill, and adaptability, and the theoretical, planning, precedent, analysis, and assessment. Equal in weight, each informed the other like the metals of a fine blade. This became the Legion's creed. As on Macragge, the 13th under Guilliman would be ruthlessly even-handed and efficient. The individual yielded to the whole, but never wantonly. Every legionary lost weakened those who remained, and lives were not thrown away without purpose. Valor and achievement earned honor and burden alike. Obedience to the hierarchy remained unquestioned. The outward signs were striking. The Legion's livery shifted to deep blue chased with gold. The ancient Ultima glyph, found on pre-isolation charts of the Ultramar region, became their seal, tying Legion and realm together as one. With a new cognomen, Ultramarines, and in the words of Remembrancer L. Amifadal, Roboute Guilliman and his legion would vow to take the Great Crusade beyond the stars themselves, if needed, to see its completion. With their forward base relocated to Macragge, Guilliman received independent crusade command for the region and set about fresh conquests. The 12th Expeditionary Fleet reformed under him and was re-equipped with the latest Martian warships by the Emperor's favor. Victories came swiftly. From Macragge's orbit, the Ultramarines drove outward, identifying worlds for compliance and eradicating hostile Xenos holds. Save for summons to join major Imperial offensives, the 12th ranged for nearly a Terran century, north to the dead expanse beyond the Dominion of Storms, and east and south to Ultima Thule, where stars thin into the void. By some records, no single Primarch's forces liberated more human worlds, and wherever Guilliman brought a world into the Imperium, he and his legion labored to establish it. Self-supporting defenses, firm implantation of the Imperial truth, and the industry to bind it into the Imperium's fabric. Each secured world became a strong link in a chain of supply that enabled the Legion's speed and reach. Their numbers grew apace. Even before reunion with their Primarch, the 13th had shown steady expansion, their gene seed resilient under rapid, multi-generational replication. And now with Guilliman's vision, organization, and own genome to refine and purify the stocks, growth became meteoric, perhaps beyond anyone's expectations. Within months of establishing on Macragge, new recruits poured in from the fortress of Hera, and the Legion's renewal began in earnest, never to cease. Intake came not only from Macragge and Ultramar's widening circle, but from the scores of worlds the fleet had won. The progress was meritocratic and exacting. The Legion's aversion to wasteful attrition would create a virtuous cycle. More force applied meant fewer casualties. Fewer casualties meant more force retained. Where attrition could not be avoided, against brutal orc empires, the Tanaril, and other such nightmares, the Legion's mass and replenishment capacity replaced losses within a few years. By the time of the triumph of Ullanor, when Horus was named War Master, the Ultramarines were, by official assessment, the largest legion by a considerable margin. The swelling 12th Expeditionary Fleet was split into a score of expeditionary and persecution fleets, each still comprised of scores of ships and thousands, often tens of thousands, of Astartes. In the Great Crusade's final years of the 30th millennium, the Imperium launched the Ullanor Crusade against the Orc Empire of Overlord Urlach Uruk. Its capital, Ullanor Prime, became the site of the final assault by the Space Marine legions. The campaign committed 100,000 Space Marines, 8 million Imperial Army troops, and thousands of starships. This triumph was the Crusade's high water mark. The Orcs of Ullanor were the largest greenskin host ever defeated before the Third War for Armageddon. In its wake, the Emperor returned to Terra to begin his vast project to open the Eldari webway to mankind. In his stead, he left Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the Luna Wolves, to command the Great Crusade. In the aftermath, Horus was granted the new title of War Master, Commander-in-Chief over all Imperial forces, with authority over every Primarch and expeditionary fleet. When the Emperor proclaimed it, Guilliman accepted without resentment, and Horus continued to seek his counsel. Though Horus believed Guilliman felt he deserved the honor as much, or even more. Before departing Terra, the Emperor suggested Horus rename the 16th Legion the Sons of Horus to honor the Primarch's preeminence. Horus initially declined, unwilling to stand above his brothers, and the Legion remained the Luna Wolves a while longer. Yet the Primarchs never came to terms with the Emperor's absence. Their wounded pride, abandonment felt in the pursuit of a secret project whose purpose he would not share, sowed the seeds of jealousy and resentment that, with other ills, would blossom into the Horus heresy. When War Master Horus turns from the Imperium, swears himself to the ruinous powers, and sets in motion the rebellion later named the Horus Heresy, his first move, before declaring open war on the Emperor, is to draw as many loyalist legions as possible away from Terra's defense. As part of that deception, Horus orders Roboute Guilliman to lead an expedition to Calth in the Viridian system within Ultramar, ostensibly to prepare a campaign in the eastern fringes. There, Horus claims, an orc Wa is massing on the Gazlak Xeno hold. Guilliman expects to meet the word-bearers and combine forces against the orcs. Unknown to him, however, the 17th Legion embraced treachery 4 solar decades earlier and now serves the Chaos Gods. Their Primarch, Lorgar Aurelian, gladly accepts Horus's command to spring a trap on his legion's hated rivals. At Calth, the word-bearers strike without warning. Guilliman's fleet is mauled. On the ground, the Ultramarines are suddenly outnumbered by the allies they once trusted. The infamous Battle of Calth erupts. In the opening blows, the 17th Legion slaughters loyalists in droves and drives them back across vast tracts of territory. The traitors exult in their vengeance against the Legion that helped enforce the Emperor's humiliation of them on Kur decades before, when they were punished for defying the atheistic imperial truth. But they do not realize that Guilliman's flagship has survived, made emergency repairs, and rallied surviving ships. Taking stock, Guilliman dispatches an astropathic distress call to Macragge. On Calth, the Ultramarines fall back into fortified lines. Many are Calth-born and prove more stubborn than their foes expected. In orbit, Guilliman's vessels harry an overconfident enemy with hit-and-run strikes. He assesses every defensive pocket and broadcasts crisp orders, forging them into a unified shield. Captain Remus Ventatus leads a breakout that retakes the defense laser silos, lancing support skyward to aid the battered fleet. Guilliman's diminished force buys the time needed for the rest of the 13th Legion to arrive and drive the word-bearers from the system at monstrous cost. In spite, the traitors turn Calth's orbital defenses upon the Viridian star, stripping its outer photosphere, destabilizing it, and rendering Calth's surface uninhabitable beneath surging, ionizing radiation. At the same time, the 17th Legion fuels a great rite with the battle's slaughter, summoning the Ruin Storm, a warp tempest meant to sever Ultramar from the wider galaxy and prevent loyalist reinforcement of Terra. The Ruin Storm's eruption isolates Calth from the 13th Legion's main body, trapping Ultramarines and word-bearers alike in the Viridian system. Beneath the poisoned sky, they grind into a brutal underworld war. Off-world, Guilliman and a large portion of his legion, bloodied but unbroken, receive Malcador the Sigillite's directive. With the Emperor engrossed by the secret Webway project, the Ultramarines brace to meet the Imperium's need as best they can. In the battle's wake, true casualty counts are almost unknowable, with Calth's surface all but uninhabitable thanks to First Captain Cor Ferron's actions. Recovering the fallen or verifying the dead proves impractical. When Guilliman and the remnants of the 13th Legion fleet depart, the Ultramarines record 119,422 Legion Astartes killed, and another 28,392 rendered combat incapable by wounds and trauma. Few chapters engaged at Calth can muster even a quarter of their nominal strength. Some are so scattered they face dissolution into other formations, their old designation struck from the 13th Legion's order of battle. Most wounded are evacuated to surviving Voidcraft and thrust back into service as crises erupt across Ultramar, forcing Guilliman to prioritize military assets over stranded civilians during a brief evacuation. Almost 40,000 Ultramarines, wounded and whole, remain on Calth. Some volunteer to shield those civilians who cannot be moved. Others stay by the merciless demands of circumstance. The Exertus Imperialis leaves sparse records, but likely at least 500,000 soldiers die, alongside the entire fighting complement of the Legio Praesagius. Of the word-bearers who make planetfall, almost none depart. Estimates put Lorgar's fallen at 50,000 or more, plus uncounted allied Imperial army and auxilia. Roughly 20,000 die in the initial carnage. The rest prosecute the subterranean war for over a solar decade after the first assault. The Legion's fleets fare scarcely better. Never rich in heavy combat voidcraft, the Ultramarines suffer crippling losses that hobble any war beyond Ultramar's bounds. Desperation compels salvage missions into the irradiated orbital graveyard. Deadly work carried out in the lethal wash of the damaged Viridian star. Across the entire 13th Legion, only 5 full chapters and scattered detachments escape the mark of Calth. As with survivors of the Istvan massacres, an unspoken rift opens between those who endured Calth and those who did not. No official honor mark is ever sanctioned, and Guilliman forbids division within his legion. Yet, whenever the Ultramarines gather in strength, the veterans of Calth cluster apart. They carry the scar of base betrayal for the rest of their days. Trust comes hard. Their preparations for war and conducts of campaign are touched forever by a quiet and wary paranoia. 2 of the so-called unmarked are far afield during the atrocity. The 7th chapter scattered across the Dominion of Storms. The 10th battling through the Xenos-plagued eastern fringe. The 19th and the Evocati 24th and 25th chapters hold garrison and training duties across Ultramar's many worlds. Though none of the 13th escapes the fires of Horus's rebellion, none are as tested as the brothers who stood at Calth's edge of annihilation. In the Great Scouring's later years, the unmarked are repeatedly sent to operations apart from the Legion's main body. Even Guilliman seems to avoid their company and campaign, perhaps seeing in them a living reminder of days lost. When the second founding comes, the unmarked stand among the first 13th Legion elements to be renamed and separated, and remain a truest reflection of the Ultramarines before the heresy reshaped the Imperium forever. Stung by Calth, the Lord of Ultramar gathers what ships he can spare after Cor Phaeron's ambush, draws from the first relief fleet bound for the ravaged world, and hunts Lorgar by way of the 13th Legion's astropathic choirs. In the Battle of Calth's wake, the Word-Bearers, led by Lorgar, link up with Angron and the World Eaters to unleash a shadow crusade across Ultramar's 500 worlds. Their aim is to spread the ruin storm conjured by First Chaplain Erebus until it cleaves the galaxy and denies loyalist reinforcements while Horus drives on to Terra. 26 worlds burn before Guilliman's retribution fleet catches them at Nuceria, Angron's birthplace, where the 12th Legion is busy exterminating all life in revenge for the centuries-old torments of Angron's slave gladiator past. Courage above all, Guilliman's temporary flagship breaks warp at the system's edge at the head of 41 vessels. The Armada looks wounded, mismatched, a lance of desperate purpose rather than a purpose-built interdiction fleet. With limited means, Guilliman crafts a plan. 13th Legion cruisers and battleships run a beam for repeated broad strike traits, their mass impossible to ignore, while lighter units deliver measured lance strikes from safer reaches. The Armada divides its killing power, bleeding Lorgar's flagship to death by attrition and seeking to board the World Eater's Conqueror. The Ultramarines also drive for the surface. This reckoning is personal. Several ships hemorrhage drop pods, and gunships force landings through withering fire. Otara Sarin, the iron-willed commander of the Conqueror, savages many ships and kills more than a few brave runs, but is able to punch enough vessels through to land troops on Nuceria. Above, Lorgar's flagship is a burning ruin. Armor scabbed and cracking, void shields long gone, cathedral spines scoured away by ultramarine fury. Each strafing run strips more guns, peels back more plating. The ship fights on, crawling with smaller craft, macro cannons roaring as she rolls in the light of her own flames. From the command deck of Courage Above All, Guilliman decrees the Lex must die first, death by 1,000 cuts, while the Conqueror is to be killed from within. Starved of support, both traitor flagships battle alone under the ragged 13th Legion onslaught. Salvation pods and Mechanicum craft peel from the Lex's flanks as her human crew flees in the ship's final solar minutes. Still she rages. This is a knife-range void war, an ugly, grinding slugfest. Astartes come abeam of the Conqueror, disgorging assault carriers and boarding torpedoes. While the 12th repels boarders, smaller 13th vessels slip past, seeding the surface with pods and landers. The first capsules slam down, doors blow, the Ultramarines pour forth, bolters raised and unshaken in their unity. The World Eaters are waiting. These are not the immaculate Cobalt warriors seen at Armatura. Their armor is charred, cracked, scarred. Veterans of Calth, cold with measured wrath, then bent on reaching the word-bearers. The 13th secure footholds and widen zones for reinforcements, only to see others drowned beneath the 12th's frenzy, or ground under the 17th's chanting advance. The World Eaters crash in rabid packs, unbound and unrestrained, the butcher's nails screaming in their skulls. The word-bearers meet cousins with spite and scripture, marching beneath corpse-strewn icons, intoning black hymns from the Book of Lorgar. The Ultramarines answer in kind, hungry for vengeance for Calth and its wounded son. The burning hulk of Lorgar's flagship finally cuts atmosphere, a shuddering titan rolling east to die. Her massive plasma engines drag her stern under. She vanishes into the ocean far from shore. Amid the clamor, a demigod in cobalt and gold finds his quarry. Guilliman closes with Lorgar. Two weapons favor Guilliman. The Crozius grants Lorgar reach. There are no speeches, no theatrics, just one thunderous clash, power fields flaring, and then separation. Around them, warriors die by the hundred without drawing a Primarch's gaze. Guilliman's fist hammers Lorgar's sternum. Lorgar's wavering telekinesis staggers his brother, and the Crozius answers like a cannonball, tearing blood across Guilliman's skull. They fight on, beneath a gray sky, one bleeding inside, the other masked in red. Neither sees what comes next until Angron erupts from the melee, armor shattered, chain swords vomiting red shards. He wears the blood of hours in the press, a bandolier of skulls from the mass grave at Deshikla Ridge, swinging over his heart. He wants those dead to drink blood again, and carries them across Nucaria as witness to its ruin. Angron hurls himself at Guilliman. The duel shifts. A storm of blows driving the Ultramarines' Primarch back. Guilliman lands a glancing strike that cracks a kin skull on Angron's breast chain. Stepping back, he crushes the fragment under heel. Angron sees and howls, a sound beyond mortal origin. Lorgar sees and feels the warp roil behind the veil. He begins to chant in a tongue never before spoken, harmonizing perfectly with Angron's anguish. His long-planned salvation for his brother begins, and the ruin storm descends upon Nucaria. The sky tears in a crimson torrent. Ghosts of 100 murdered worlds rains blood. Guilliman holds his own against both traitor Primarchs until Lorgar's chant deepens. Angron's chainsword slips under Guilliman's breastplate. The wound is shallow but telling. Guilliman crushes the blade's teeth in his gauntlet and staggers, bleeding in earnest. The storm lashes them. The 13th fight to reclaim their gene sire. Lorgar's words seize Angron's muscles, and transformation begins. The Red Angel is remade a demon prince of Khorne. In that pause, Guilliman is dragged back into his son's defiant phalanxes, and retreats in enviable unity. He looks upon Angron's metamorphosis with disgusted awe atop a mound of dead sons from 3 bloodlines. The 13th fire even as they withdraw, leaving Nuceria battered and bloody. The campaign against the 2 traitor legion ends, for now. Guilliman quits Nuceria, unable to face, or unable to grasp, the full measure of what his brothers have become under Chaos. The World Eaters finish Nuceria's purge until no human life remains. Angron, now the blood god's 8-fold will made flesh, shakes the world's dust from his feet and never thinks on it again. As the long, bloody years of the Horus heresy grind on, the traitor legions, under War Master Horus Lupercal, finally close upon the cradle of humanity. They hurl themselves at the walls of the Imperial Palace, gambling that many loyalist Space Marine legions remain tied down across the galaxy. Chaos comes close to battering the palace gates, but the Loyalists hold inside the inner palace, long enough for salvation to break from the warp at the edge of the Sol system. Its reinforcements have come. In Terra's orbit, Horus's allies bring grim news. The Ultramarines, Dark Angels, and Space Wolves are mere solar hours away from reinforcing the Emperor. Horus understands then that his great gamble has failed. What follows is disputed. Some say Horus lowers his flagship's void shields in a last moment of regret. Others claim it is a deliberate challenge, an insistence on ending the war on his own terms, when victory by conventional means is lost. Whatever the cause, the shields of the battle barge Vengeful Spirit fall, opening the way for the Emperor, Sanguinius of the Blood Angels, a company of Imperial Fists, and a force of the Legio Custodes to teleport aboard. There, they bring the War Master to his end, and with him, the heresy. But the cost is terrible. Sanguinius is slain, and the Emperor is mortally wounded in the titanic struggle with Chaos's chosen champion. Rogel Dorn inters him upon the Golden Throne immediately after, and a dangerous void of power yawns across the shattered Imperium. The Ultramarines arrive only after Horus's defeat, finding Terra and the Imperium ruined. Roboute Guilliman refuses to let the Emperor's realm collapse. He dispatches elements of his legion to every corner of the galaxy to stem invasions and unrest, while other loyalists regroup, rearm, and begin to tear back the territory seized during Horus's 7 standard year advance. After solar decades of brutal fighting, a measure of stability returns. For most of the heresy, the Ultramarines are far from Terra, bringing worlds into compliance along the galaxy's southern edge. Their success carries them away from the traitor onslaught, driving through the northeast, leaving them poorly placed to aid the early Loyalist defense, yet also sparing them much of the war's carnage, aside from the grievous losses at Calth. Other Loyalist legions, like the 3 Shattered Legions, lose the bulk of their strength, and half of the original 18 side with Horus, falling to Chaos. The Imperium emerges with few Astartes when it needs them most. Enemies gather everywhere. Many worlds remain in the grip of the War Master's corruption. Into this breach step Guilliman and the Ultramarines, already the largest legion since the Rangdan Xenocides. They divide into smaller forces and fan out across the Imperium in the campaigns that will be named the Great Scouring. Their ceaseless deployments hold the realm together, while centrifugal forces try to tear it apart. Macragge supplies neophytes at such a rate that before long, Ultramarines alone count for more than half of the Space Marines fighting for the post-heresy Imperium. Few human-settled systems fail to witness their deeds. Within a few solar decades, order returns, and the demoralized hosts of chaos are largely driven into the Eye of Terror. As worlds are reconquered, a new doctrine of war takes shape. Guilliman, now Lord Commander of the Imperium and Imperial Regent, reforms the Imperium's bureaucratic and military structures to prevent such betrayal from within ever again. To ensure no single commander can wield the power Horus once held, Guilliman breaks the Loyalist legions into 1,000-strong chapters, dividing the 9 Loyalist first founding legions into much smaller second founding chapters. Never again will one man command an entire legion. Under his guidance, the Codex Astartes takes form. Its tactical and organizational laws will reshape the future of the Adeptus Astartes and define the Imperium's military foundation, and thus mankind's path to survival. Most remaining Loyalist legions are so depleted that they form fewer than 5 successor chapters each. The Ultramarines, however, are divided many times. The exact tally is uncertain. The oldest copy of the Codex Astartes lists 23, though it does not name them. But dissent follows. Rogel Dorn, Vulcan, and Leman Russ oppose the sundering of their legions. Jagatai Khan and Corvus Corax stand with Guilliman. Temper's flare. Dorn calls Guilliman a coward for not fighting at the Siege of Terra. Guilliman answers by likening Dorn's defiance to Horus's own rebellion. When the newborn Navis Imperialis fires upon the Imperial Fist strike cruiser Terrible Angel, Dorn recognizes the peril. Another civil war would destroy the Emperor's realm. He relents and agrees to the split. The second founding reduces the Ultramarines' number sharply. Most of the Legion departs Macragge to seed new chapters. The fortress of Hera, built for more than 10 times the Space Marines who now remain, surrenders arsenals and forges to equip those fledgling fortresses. Gene seed vaults and recruitment engines are likewise divided. Through this diaspora, the Ultramarines' gene seed becomes preeminent across the Adeptus Astartes. The chapters born of the Legion in this founding earn a collective name: the Primogenitors, the Firstborn. In 121 M31, as the Great Scouring nears its end, Roboute Guilliman gathers the Ultramarines and 6 successor chapters to hunt the demon Primarch Fulgrim and his Emperor's children. At Thessala, Fulgrim lays his trap and nearly reverses the hunt. Guilliman forms an elite strike force and teleports aboard the flagship Pride of the Emperor to end the Phoenician. Alone, he enters the corrupted Heliopolis. Fulgrim confronts him, temptation first, urging Guilliman to embrace the Chaos God. Guilliman refuses and they clash. But the warp has made Fulgrim stronger, sinuous, demonic. Guilliman is overmatched. He calls his son to his aid, even as Fulgrim summons hidden Emperor's children to flood the chamber. Gene's sons die around their sires, while the Primarchs collide again. Fulgrim's poisoned blade slits Guilliman's throat. Shocked, Guilliman asks how his brother pierced him so cleanly. Fulgrim answers, the warp-touched eyes have seen the old scar left by Cor Pharaon's Anathame at Calth. Guilliman collapses, but the Ultramarines teleport him back to the flagship Gauntlet of Power with the surviving veterans of the 1st and 2nd Companies. He is placed in stasis for return to Macragge. Fulgrim's legion then massacres the Loyalist fleet, and the Gauntlet of Power is among few that escape. On Macragge, a shrine of the Primarch rises to contain his body frozen in time, one of the holiest sites in the Imperium, drawing millions of pilgrims each Terran year before his resurrection. The shrine lies within the Temple of Correction, a vaulted sepulchre within the vast northern polar fortress. The temple's scale defies comprehension. Multicolored glass dome, the greatest of its kind, crowns it, drawing techno-magi from the Adeptus Mechanicus to marvel at a design said to be Guilliman's own. The Ultramarines say there is marble enough to build a mountain, and adamantium and plasteel enough to forge an Imperial war fleet fit to defend an entire sector. Within stands a great marble throne, and upon it, Guilliman's still regal form. 10,000 standard years pass after Thessala, yet the stasis field preserves him perfectly. Fulgrim's death wound remains visible upon his throat. The field isolates him from the flow of four-dimensional space-time. Within its bounds, nothing can change or decay. Even so, some among the more fervent of the Imperial cult claim the wounds change, slowly healing across the millennia. Others deny it as scientific impossibility, but enough believe to journey and witness the supposed miracle, generation after generation. Hope, as Roboute Guilliman knows, is the most powerful force in the universe. Across 10 Terran millennia after Roboute Guilliman's loss, Ultramar endures every manner of invader. Orc wars, renegade uprisings, Tau incursions, Necron raids, foes so strange they beggar common comprehension. The Ultramarines' measure shines brightest when they defend life itself against threats from beyond known space. So it is in the 35th millennium against the Star Striders of Kreoth, in reprisal for the Heavenfall massacres. Yet one war towers above all others, the coming of High Fleet Behemoth, in the Battle of Macragge in 745 M41. Warned by Inquisitor Fidus Cryptman, Chapter Master Marneus Calgar moves at once, Macragge is the most immediate target. Its formidable defenses are strengthened. A dozen warships already hang in orbit, more tearing from the warp by the day. Massive strike cruisers shadow civilian vessels, and Imperial destroyers, they themselves dwarfed by brooding battle barges. With the planet's orbital stations, Macragge is anything but defenseless. Within scant solar weeks, Tyranid outriders strike. Alien bioships shrug off Ultramarine counterattacks and pour mycetic spore-borne horrors into the world below. Calgar refuses piecemeal resistance and forges 3 armies. The primary and secondary task forces, veterans of the First Company and Ultramar Auxilia, brace the polar fortresses. Calgar's own, the largest, fights rear guards, culling synapse beasts and buying time with blood. Early successes slow the swarm, but the Tyranids do not stop. On Cold Steel Ridge, the rear guard is brutalized. Calgar is grievously wounded. Remaining planet-side would waste lives, so he withdraws to the battle barge Octavius. Refusing all but vital medicae, he seizes fleet command to save his world. Hours later, the main High Fleet arrives. With no reinforcements in sight, Calgar leads daring strikes, punishing isolated bioships as they spread to smother Macragge. Between the polar fortress's blistering guns and the vengeful hammer of the fleet, Tyranid vessels die by the score, yet more come. Then, the sky darkens over the poles. Thousands of mycetic spores rain upon the fortresses. If they fall, Macragge's guns will fall silent. The battered hive ship withdraws, their gruesome cargo delivered. Trusting his brethren to hold, Calgar drives hard after the fleet, determined it will not ruin other worlds. At the polar fortresses, the valor of the Ultramarines is tested as never before. First Company veterans lead lightly armed Auxilia through tenacious inch-by-inch defense. Titans of the Legio Praetor stalk the ice fields, plowing smoking furrows through the hordes. At the northern fortress, chitinous waves overrun the walls by climbing steaming piles of their own dead. Battle titans are dragged down by sheer numbers. Gun barrels glow and jam despite the Arctic cold. Stocks meant for solar months dwindle. But still, the defenders stand. Scythe-armed carnifexes batter rockcrete and metal alike. The Ultramarines answer with heavy short-range fire. For each nightmare felled, 3 surge forward. Lesser troops quail. The Ultramarines neither despair nor contemplate defeat. Calgar hounds the fleet toward Circe at the system's rim. There, Battlefleet Tempestus arrives from Baca, an iron vice snapping shut. Even so, the swarm is too many. The day is saved only by the battleship Dominus Astra. Charging into the Hive Fleet's heart, the Emperor class detonates its warp drive, birthing a vortex that drags ship and swarm to oblivion. With the bulk destroyed, Calgar turns his savaged vessels back to Macragge. The First Company is believed to be fighting among the northern defense lasers. The contact has been lost since the surface outposts fell. Of the southern garrison, nothing is known. Judging the crisis acute, Calgar sends the 3rd and 7th Companies ahead in fast-strike cruisers, while the rest limp home. Drop pods thunder onto the poles, Thunderhawks close behind. And below, carnage unbound. Heaps of mangled Xenos and shattered war gear. Vast, steaming craters where Titan cores went critical. The stench of death everywhere. The 7th lands unopposed at the southern fortress, links with survivors, and drives into the overrun depths. Devastators hold the swarm at bay until Thunderhawks blast them back into the dark. At the north, Captain Mikhail Fabian prudently waits for 3 dreadnoughts before advancing. In the northern depths, the fortress is already changed. Slick, mucus walls, musky air, echoes of alien shrieks. The Space Marines push through corridors carpeted with Tyranid and Ultramarine dead. Lictors spring from among the fallen. Flamers cleanse the killers, who leap forward even as the fire consumes them. At last, the 3rd reaches the lower Penatorium, the last stand. Tyranid corpses mound deep before its doors. Inside, a ring of Terminators lies where they fought back to back, every brother fallen for his brothers. The 1st Company is gone to the last. Macragge is a sorrow and a pride. Each year at the Feast of Days, their names are recited, their sacrifice honored. The cost is brutal. The 1st annihilated, the 3rd and 7th sorely diminished. Years will pass before the chapter recovers, but recover it will, and the Ultramarines will endure. In the war's aftermath, Ultramarines become instrumental against later Tyranid fleets. In answer to the threat, and for the first time, contrary to the Codex Astartes, the survivors of Macragge are forged into elite, specialized anti-Tyranid squads. These tyrannic war veterans form the reconstituted elite 1st Company, second to none in the Imperium for experience, training, and upgraded plate. But nevertheless, the first tyrannic war was won. The Ultramarines ever hold the eastern fringes in Ultima Segmentum against darkness beyond the halo stars. And in the closing days of the 41st millennium, soon after the Iron Warriors' invasion of Ultramar was repelled, a greater storm engulfed the galaxy. Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade began in earnest. And Cadia, bastion world of the Imperium, fell. In the aftermath of Cadia's destruction, Abaddon received dire news from the Chaos Sorcerer Zaraphiston. Through dark warp scrying, the sorcerer had learned that Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call had escaped Cadia's ruin. Worse still, Call carried with him a device capable of turning the long war in the Imperium's favor. The Despoiler also learned that Call had joined a band of survivors, calling themselves the Celestian Crusade, who, aided by the Eldari Yanari, had fled into the Webway. Their destination, Macragge. Realizing the potential danger to his ultimate victory, Abaddon detached a portion of his Black Fleet. His command was simple: to invade Ultramar and annihilate this fledgling alliance before it could threaten his ascendancy. The Celestian Crusade, named for the living Saint Celestine herself, was led by the saint, Archmagos Call, Marshal Marius Amalrich of the Black Templars, and Inquisitor Caterina Greyfax of the Ordo Hereticus. Alongside them stood Yvraine, the daughter of Shades, and her champion, the Visarch, leaders of the Ynnari. Together they emerged from the webway upon the shrine world of Lapis in the Macragge system, stepping not into sanctuary, but war. Chaos forces already stalked the surface near the portal, but the Celestians struck swiftly. They routed the foe, destroyed the Helldrakes that besieged an Ultramarine fortress, and earned the Space Marines' trust enough to secure passage to Macragge. Yvraine and the Visarch then sent most of their Ynnari kin back into the webway to pursue their own missions, leaving only a small contingent to accompany the Imperials. Aboard an Ultramarine strike cruiser, the Celestians reached Macragge, only to find the world under siege. Chaos fleets clashed with the Loyalists in orbit, while on the surface the fortress of Hera itself teetered on the brink of destruction. In the heart of the embattled world, Saint Celestine's Crusaders gained audience with Chapter Master Marneus Calgar, Lord of Macragge. There, Belisarius Call revealed the truth of his age, over 10,000 standard years old, and his ancient bond with their Primarch, Roboute Guilliman. Before Guilliman's mortal wounding by Fulgrim, the demon Primarch of the Emperor's children, Call had been tasked to find a way to restore him to life. Now, he claimed, that moment had come. Despite Calgar's grave reservations, the Celestians and their Eldari allies were permitted entry into the Temple of Correction, where Guilliman had sat in stasis for 10 millennia. Call began his sacred work as chaos closed in. The Black Legion, sensing the danger of what the Loyalists attempted, launched a full-scale assault upon the temple. The defenders, Celestine, Greyfax, Amalrich, Ultramarines, and the Third Brotherhood of the Grey Knights, led by Grand Master Aldrich Valdez, stood shoulder to shoulder against over 100 Black Legionnaires. For every solar second Call required, they paid in blood. Dreadcall assault boats rained from the skies, disgorging more traitors. The shrine trembled and all seemed to be lost. Then Yvraine called upon her god, the power of a Yennead, the Eldari god of the dead, merged with Call's forbidden science. Together they healed the Primarch's wound, reawakening Roboute Guilliman from his 10,000-year slumber. Call unveiled the Armor of Fate, an artifact he had carried from Mars itself. Crafted for a Primarch and infused with Eldari soul magic, it drew Guilliman's spirit back before it could fade beyond the veil. It purged Fulgrim's venom and gave the avenging sun life once more. Though bound to the armor's life-sustaining systems forever, Guilliman lived, reborn in the Imperium's darkest hour. The sight of the awakened Primarch shattered the morale of the Chaos Invaders. Guilliman's wrath, the surge of hope he inspired, broke the assault upon the fortress of Hera. The Black Legion was driven from Macragge. The fate of Ultramar was sealed in that single thunderous moment of resurrection. In the aftermath, Guilliman took his place as Primarch and Lord of Macragge once more. Marneus Calgar gladly ceded command, and Guilliman declared that the fractured worlds of the ancient realm of Ultramar would be reunited. The miniature stellar empire, 500 human-settled worlds, would rise again as it had in the Imperium's golden age. With his strategic genius unleashed, Guilliman's forces purged chaos from Macragge and the surrounding systems within 7 months. Then, with Ultramar secured, the avenging son turned his gaze toward Terra. It was time to face his father after 10 millennia of silence. He assembled the mighty fleet, the Terran Crusade, calling every Imperial force that could reach Macragge through the growing turbulence of the warp. Leaving Calgar to govern in his stead, Guilliman set forth. But as his fleet neared the Maelstrom, a new enemy awaited. Magnus the Red, demon Primarch of the 1,000 Suns. Magnus had recently returned to real space, bringing his planet of the sorcerers to rest beside the ruins of Prospero, and now sought to confront his brother. With a cataclysmic ritual, he hurled Guilliman's fleet into the heart of the Maelstrom, a labyrinthian prison of warp storms from which none could escape. Time lost all meaning. The Terran Crusade wandered from demon world to demon world, beset by constant horror. Guilliman's frustration and guilt deepened as hope dimmed. Then, across the madness came a message. A psychic beacon from the far-seer Eldrad Ulthran of the Inari. The ancient seer revealed a path of landmarks that could lead them free. Following Eldrad's course, the battered fleet reached a graveyard of shattered ships, marking the passage back to real space, only to be ambushed anew. The Red Corsair struck, led by the Lord of Change, Carios Fateweaver. Every void ship burned. Fateweaver ensnared Guilliman in psychic chains forged from his own guilt, forcing the surviving Imperials to surrender. Bound and defeated, the Terran Crusade was dragged to a Blackstone fortress hidden deep within the Maelstrom, a secret gift from Abaddon to his Chaos allies. There, they would have languished forever had unexpected allies not intervened. From the shadows came the Eldari Harlequins, led by the Shadow Seer Silandri Veilwalker, and with them, the enigmatic fallen angel known as Cypher. In exchange for a promise to be taken before the Golden Throne, Cypher freed Guilliman and his warriors. Their ships were lost, their crews slain, yet Veilwalker offered a single path to Terra, through the webway gate at the fortress's heart. The Terran Crusade entered the labyrinthian dimension, only to find Magnus and his 1,000 sons waiting once more. Veilwalker revealed the truth. There existed a secret webway exit on Luna, Terra's moon, long forgotten. Magnus intended to use it. If Guilliman opened the gate, 1,000 suns would pour through in its wake, unleashing chaos upon the throne world itself. What followed was a battle in the Immaterium itself. With the aid of Harlequins, Sisters of Silence and the Imperial Fists, Guilliman's warriors threw back the Thousand Suns and banished Magnus once more, sealing the Luna Gate forever. At last, the avenging sun reached the throne world. The survivors of the Celestian and Terran Crusades parted ways, and Guilliman entered the Imperial Palace. There, before the Golden Throne, he met his father, the Emperor of Mankind, for the first time in 10,000 years. What passed between them is known to none, but when Guilliman emerged, he bore a new title: Lord Commander of the Imperium, Imperial Regent once more. He vowed to the galaxy that he would raise a fleet and army the likes of which had not been seen since the Great Crusade itself, an Imperium reborn, to carry the Emperor's dream into a new and terrible age. In the wake of the 13th Black Crusade, the galaxy was drowned in the Noctis Aeterna. The great rift tore open, the Astronomicon failed, and Nightmare Darkness fell. Yet, even for all of this, the avenging sun would not be halted. Roboute Guilliman at last commanded Belisarius Caul's 10,000-year labor to an end. Thus began the Ultima founding, and the awakening of the first waves of Primaris Space Marines. None too soon, as the new Astartes rose from stasis beneath Mars, a vast demonic host descended upon Holy Terra, emboldened by the Astronomicon's dimming. Khorne unleashed his legions, ravening for the Emperor's skull. Upon Terra's soil, Guilliman and the armies of the throne met them in slaughterous battle. At the Lion's Gate, the demons were destroyed to the last. While Guilliman marshaled what would become the Indomitus Crusade in 999 M41, the Great Rift split reality. Fearing for Ultramar, he dispatched much of the remaining Ultramarines and successor task force that had followed him from the Terran Crusade, and with them the first Primaris Ultramarines from Caul's secret vaults. Captain Cato Sicarius took command of the small armada, dubbed Fleet Avenger. Warp storms like those of the Age of Strife tore the fleet apart. Sicarius signaled every ship to make for Macragge by any route they could. His own strike cruiser, the Emperor's Will, was still in the warp when the Astronomicon guttered and died, the onset of the Noctis Aeterna. One final, broken astropathic transmission reached Ultramar, a shard of images and a single clear sentence. They have breached the hull. They are here. Fully half of Fleet Avenger ultimately reached Ultramar with their precious cargo. Of the Emperor's Will, there was no sign. In Sicarius' absence, command of the Ultramarines' second company passed to Captain Sevidus Akarat. By the end of M41, the Imperium lay broken. The Cicatrix Maledictum rived the galaxy, a churning belt of warp storms spewing demons into real space and twisting time itself. Travel became a terror. Worlds were isolated, especially within the Imperium Nihilus, where the Astronomicon flickered to the barest of glimmers. Still, the Ultramarines stood their ancient watch, not only over Ultramar, but the Emperor's realm entire. Many Imperial fleets chose zeal over shelter, launching crusades that either won brief glory or vanished into warp-born ruin. One undertaking dwarfed all others, the Indomitus Crusade. From Terra, Roboute Guilliman led a vast armada that echoed the Great Crusade of old. Newly found Primaris Space Marines spearheaded the assault beneath his banner, alongside the Adeptus Custodes, Adeptus Auroritas, Sisters of Silence, and immense battle groups of the Astra Militarum and Navis Imperialis. They bore not only armies, but the means to renew them, technology, and Magos Biologus adepts to grant each chapter the ability to create its own Primaris brethren, even as war raged. Guilliman himself commanded Indomitus Crusade Fleet Primus, often sailing beside Czar Quaesitor, Cause Arch Mechanicus, whose cavernous holds cradled thousands of slumbering Primaris warriors. The crusade did not move as one spear, but as many. Fleets leaping in short, perilous warp jumps, fanning from the Segmentum Solar into Tempestus, Pacificus, and Obscurus. Ultramarines and their successors, veterans of the Terran Crusade, newly awakened Primaris, and strike forces already in theater when the rift opened, fought on hundreds of fronts against a catalogue of nightmares. A prophetic vision set Marneus Calgar upon the road to Vigilis, a fortress world that guarded the mouth of the Nakmun Gauntlet, a rare, stable corridor through the Great Rift between Imperium Sanctus and Imperium Nihilus. Chief Librarian Vero Tigurius foresaw catastrophe should Vigilis fall, and when the chapter's greatest psyker speaks, the wise obey. Calgar diverted en route from Venantis 9, mustering a substantial strike force, guided through the madness of Nihilus by the combined Librarians, a terrible cost, with several psychers slain. But the Ultramarines arrived in time to seize command from Vigilis's compromised, self-serving Aquilarian Council. Vigilis was besieged on two fronts. A great orc speedwa roared across its dust oceans and hive sprawls, and the cult of the pauper princes erupted from within, a gene-stealer cult infesting every social stratum. The war sprawled across hundreds of fronts and teetered on collapse. Calgar purged the ruling council, retained only the trustworthy to aid a new Senate, dispatched vanguard forces to neighboring systems, and rallied the planet's defenders. Ominous signs mounted, bat-winged shapes haunting spires, whispers of abductions among the elite, the rift's edges blackening overhead. The Emperor's tarot yielded the same grim spread. The Demon Blade, the Herald of Darkness, and the Night of the Abyss. A chaos invasion loomed. It came with the Black Legion and Abaddon the Despoiler himself. He sought to seize Vigilis and disrupt the Blackstone lattice within its crust, and that of its counterpart, Sangua Terra, which helped hold the Nakaman Gauntlet open. The Imperium held, though Xenos and Chaos remnants persisted amidst the hives. The central struggle between Imperium and archenemy shifted elsewhere. Vigilis bled terribly. Yet, after the so-called War of Beasts, it began the long crawl to recovery, remaining a vital artery of resupply and communication to the forces bent on reclaiming the Imperium Nihilus. One legacy of the 13th Legion endured beyond the Second Founding: the close bond between Ultramar's Astartes and its people. Even before the Noctis Aeterna, Ultramar faced converging dooms. Tyrannid tendrils drifting towards Guilliman's realm, the arch-arsonist of Caradon gathering a monstrous wall for the eastern marches, and, worst of all, the invasion of Ultramar under the demon prince Makar the Reborn, leading hordes of traitors, renegades, mutants, and madmen. Then the Great Rift split, and the demon-laden warp storms crashed across the stars. In their wake came Grandfather Nurgle's Chosen, seeking to rot Ultramar's pastoral worlds. The Plague Wars erupted. Some of the greatest battles the Imperium has ever endured, and every inhabited Ultramarian world paid a staggering butcher's bill. Historians argue when the Plague Wars began, or what fronts they encompass. As with Nurgle's works, they festered and waned, feigning remission before flaring anew. Early hostilities may even predate the rift itself. However, all agree the rot spread from Ultramar into the northern systems now called the Scourge Stars. There, supernatural plagues, crawling pestilence, eye rot, the plague that walks, the oozing pox, erupted in profusion after the rift opened. Defense lines collapsed beneath waves of plague demons and zealot cultists. Corrupt demagogues poisoned minds, turning regiments upon their comrades before they joined the pestilent tide. World by world, despair mounted. Corpses burned in mountains as authorities struggled to staunch the corruption. One by one, those planets fell wholly to Nurgle and Mortarion, demon primarch of the Death Guard, claimed them as staging grounds. From there, he launched veiled probes, then a final offensive upon Ultramar. Within the Plague Wars unfolded the War of Flies, a grinding stop-start campaign of Death Guard strikes from Talisar to Ajax, Circe to Lapis. Some actions were squad-sized, seeding contaminants or conducting ritual murders to unbalance defenses. Others were full Vectorium offensives, meant to erode Ultramar's shields and spread despair. Outnumbered, often fighting alongside the mortal Ultramar defense auxilia, the sons of Guilliman met each blow and burned out chaos corruption wherever it seeped. The crag itself saw battles across its bleak uplands and in its cities. Even the vast fortress monastery, including the shrine where Guilliman had lain in stasis, came under concentrated assault. The Bubonicus legions, led by Kugath Plaguefather, seized the Tartella system before descending upon life-rich Eax. The Espendor system reeled beneath Mortarion's creeping doom offensive. Great armor battle shook Parmenio, and across the subsector a naval war raged as a plague fleet under Typhus assailed defensive battle stations. Even with discipline and sacrifice, the defenders could only stave off defeat. Nurgle's followers pressed on, befouling all they touched. When the first phase of the Indominus Crusade was complete, over a Terran decade of fighting to stabilize Imperium Sanctus, Guilliman broke apart his crusade fleets and returned. Seeing the only chance lay in seizing momentum, he masterminded his spear of Espandor counteroffensive, rapid ripostes, and audacious boarding actions that clawed back ground. Where chaos fought as scattered hosts, the defenders coordinated, and slowly the tide turned. The enemy massed for a final reckoning on Ajax. There, Guilliman countered ploy with ploy until the Death Guard were forced to withdraw to the Scourge Stars, veiling their retreat beneath the devastation of a massive virus bomb detonation. Time was short. The wider galaxy still burned. Guilliman set Ultramar to rebuilding, beginning with its defense networks, then once more led a retributive strike force into the stars to carry the counteroffensive against chaos beyond his realm's borders. The early life of Roboute Guilliman, Primarch of the 13th Legion, is among the most thoroughly recorded of his kind. Imperial iterators spread his story widely, shaping it into a narrative both instructive and enduring. Though many details have been embellished across millennia, certain elements remain consistent beneath the weight of propaganda and retelling. According to Imperial doctrine, the Emperor of Mankind injured 20 Primarchs using his own genetic material, crafting each with distinct abilities enhanced through the forces of the Immaterium. Before their development could be completed, the ruinous powers intervened, scattering the Primarchs across the galaxy within their gestation capsules. Some of these vessels were compromised during their passage through the warp, allowing its energies to seep inside. The long-term consequences of this exposure would only become clear much later. Over spans ranging from decades to centuries, the capsules came to rest on distant human worlds. Each of these planets shaped its foundling through circumstance and culture, producing figures whose paths would diverge into greatness or ruin. One such capsule descended upon Macragge, a world on the eastern fringe. Though austere in climate, Macragge possessed a stable society rooted in discipline and governance, remnants of an older human empire that had endured the Age of Strife, with much of its infrastructure intact. Macragge's people retained limited warp-capable vessels and continued to maintain contact with nearby systems, despite the storms that plagued interstellar travel. This preserved a sense of connection to humanity beyond their world. When a group of nobles discovered the fallen capsule during a hunt, they recognized it as advanced technology rather than superstition. Inside, they found a child of perfect human form, surrounded by a radiant aura. The infant was presented to Connor Guilliman, one of the ruling consuls of Macragge, who adopted him and named him Roboute. The child matured rapidly. By the age of 10, he had surpassed the knowledge of his tutors, demonstrating exceptional aptitude in history, science, and philosophy. His memory was flawless, and his reasoning allowed him to draw precise conclusions from limited information. His most notable talent, however, was in warfare, a discipline held in high regard on Macragge. Upon reaching maturity, Roboute was given command of a military expedition to Illyrium, a region of fragmented states and constant conflict. His campaign there was decisive, securing both victory and the respect of the local warrior bands. Yet upon returning to Macragge Civitas, he found the capital in chaos. During his absence, Connor's co-consul, Galan, had staged a coup. Supported by elements of the aristocracy who opposed Connor's reforms, Galan sought sole control. These reforms had challenged the entrenched power of noble families, forcing them to improve the conditions of their laborers and invest in public infrastructure. While popular among the common people, these changes had generated resentment among the ruling class. As Roboute approached the city, he encountered widespread destruction and fleeing citizens. Reports confirmed that Galan's forces had attacked the Senate House, while unrest spread through the streets. Guilliman advanced without delay, ordering his troops to restore order while he pressed toward the center of the conflict. By the time he had reached the Senate, the building was in ruins. Within its remains, Roboute found his adoptive father Connor mortally wounded after days of resistance. Accounts state that Connor revealed the extent of the betrayal before his death. Guilliman's response was swift and uncompromising. With support from both his forces and the citizens, crushed the rebellion, executed its leaders, and imposed harsh penalties on those involved. Order was restored, and Roboute Guilliman assumed full authority as the sole consul of Macragge. He dismantled the remaining aristocratic structures and redistributed power. Lands and titles were stripped from former elites, and a new system was established based on merit and service. Economic reforms followed, including the broader distribution of advanced technologies previously restricted to the upper class. The military was reorganized into a disciplined and effective force. Under Guilliman's leadership, Macragge entered a period of stability and growth. Around this time, the Emperor's fleet reached the nearby world of Espendor and learned of Macragge and its ruler. Recognizing Guilliman as one of his last Primarchs, the Emperor set course for the system. However, violent warp disturbances delayed that journey for several years. By the time contact was made, Macragge had transformed into a unified and prosperous world. Guilliman had already begun expanding his influence beyond the planet, establishing trade routes and securing neighboring systems. Drawing inspirations from fragments of ancient human history, he envisioned a broader domain, which he named Ultramar. When the Emperor finally arrived, he found a functioning interstellar network already in place. Guilliman accepted his true origins without hesitation and pledged his loyalty. His administrative skill and strategic insights were immediately evident, marking him as a leader capable of larger-scale organization and governance. Guilliman was granted command of the 13th Legion, known as the Warborn. His integration into the Legion was efficient, supported by his ability to articulate a clear vision for its role in the Great Crusade. Under his leadership, the Legion underwent significant transformation. He expanded its scope beyond a conventional fighting force, viewing it as part of a larger system that included logistics, infrastructure, and population support. This approach ensured long-term sustainability and effectiveness. Guilliman also began developing Ultramar as a stable base of operations, extending its network across multiple systems. Guilliman reorganized the Legion's structure using detailed analysis of both its history and that of other Imperial forces. The resulting system emphasized discipline, adaptability, and careful planning. Practical combat skills were balanced with strategic foresight, forming a doctrine that integrated both elements equally. The Legion adopted a merit-based structure, rewarding achievement while maintaining strict adherence to hierarchy. Individual lives were not treated as expendable without purpose, reflecting Guilliman's belief in the value of each warrior. These changes were reflected visually as well. The Legion adopted a blue and gold color scheme, along with the Ultima symbol, linking it to the realm of Ultramar. Under Guilliman's leadership, the 13th Legion became the Ultramarines, embodying both military precision and the administrative ideals of their Primarch. With Macragge established as his forward base of operations, Roboute Guilliman was granted independent crusade command over the surrounding region by the Emperor himself. From there, he began a new wave of conquests. His 12th Expeditionary Fleet was reformed under his command and strengthened with modern warships from Mars, provided as a special favor from the Emperor. The newly named Ultramarines wasted little time. From Macragge, they expanded rapidly, identifying human worlds suitable for Imperial compliance and marking hostile Xenos strongholds for destruction. For nearly a Terran century, interrupted only when summoned to larger campaigns by the Emperor's will, the 12th Expeditionary Fleet ranged across the eastern reaches of the galaxy. Its advance stretched northward to the dead expanse beyond the Dominion of Storms, and east and south to Ultima Thule, where the stars thinned into the darkness of the extragalactic void. During this era, some records claim that the Ultramarines liberated more human-settled worlds than the forces of any other single Primarch. The worlds Guilliman brought into the Imperium benefited from his deep commitment to ordered and efficient government. Compliance did not end with conquest. Once a world was brought into Imperial rule, the Ultramarines worked to stabilize it, establish self-sustaining defenses, and ensure that the Imperial truth, industry, and administration took firm root. This method served a practical purpose, as well as an ideological one. Each world secured behind the 13th Legion became part of a wider chain of supply, recruitment, and reinforcement. As a result, the Ultramarines were able to sustain the speed and range of their campaigns with remarkable consistency. As their victories increased, so too did the size of the Legion. Even before Guilliman's return, the 13th had been careful with its losses and capable of steady expansion, aided by the resilience of its gene seed under rapid replication. With Guilliman's vision, organizational genius, and genetic material now available to improve the Legion's gene stocks, its growth became extraordinary. Within months of the Legion's establishment on Macragge, the first new recruits arrived at the Fortress of Hera, the Ultramarines' fortress monastery and headquarters. From that point onward, the process of expansion never truly ceased. Recruits came not only from Macragge and the surrounding 500 worlds of Ultramar, but also from scores of planets and colonies conquered by Guilliman's fleets. The selection process remained strict and meritocratic. Only the strongest and most capable adolescent candidates were chosen, judged by both physical and mental standards. Yet, the reach of the recruitment system was so vast that the Ultramarines' intake surpassed that of any other single legion. This growth was strengthened further by their avoidance of unnecessary attrition. The larger the force they could bring to a compliance action, the more overwhelming their advantage became, and the fewer casualties they tended to suffer. There were still brutal wars, of course. The Ultramarines fought savage Orc empires, the Tanaril, and other terrifying Xenos threats. In such campaigns, heavy losses could not always be avoided. Even then, the Legion's size and recruitment capacity gave it remarkable resilience. Casualties that would have crippled other forces could often be replaced within a few Terran years. Across the Eastern Galaxy, they waged compliance actions, liberated human worlds, and forged the realm of Ultramar. By 899 M30, although they had not yet reached the overwhelming numerical superiority they would possess by the time of the Horus Heresy, they were already among the largest legions, with roughly 166,000 warriors in their ranks. The Ultramarines had spent decades expanding their numbers and strengthening the eastern frontier. Their supply and recruitment networks were excellent, and Guilliman's generalship had reached a formidable height. Yet he understood that a lingering doubt remained within the soul of his legion. It came from the Osiris Cluster Rebellion, a disastrous defeat suffered only a few years before his reunion with the 13th. Marneus Gage's tenure as Legion Master had begun with that disaster, and its memory had settled heavily into the Legion's identity. Though rarely spoken of openly, it remained a wound. Guilliman knew that only one act could fully remove it. The Ultramarines would have to find the Xenos known as the Osirian Cybrids and destroy them utterly. From the moment he first reviewed the reports, Guilliman had prepared for that day. He studied battle logs, gun picture records, and deep auspex data from surviving warships, searching even microscopic fluctuations for useful insight. Across decades of campaigns, he continued to run theoretical battle scenarios against the Cybrids, certain that one day they would return. Rumors surfaced from time to time. Rogue traders carried frontier tales of massacres and disappearances, though none were conclusive. The galaxy was vast and dangerous, and many Xenos species could have been responsible. Only at Maxilla Veritas, near the warp rift known as the Maelstrom, was evidence of Cybrid activity considered credible. By the time the Ultramarine cruisers arrived, however, the trail had gone cold. At last, near the end of 899 M30, Guilliman received confirmation. The Cybrids had not only reappeared, they had been met in battle. The report came through Terra's astrotelepathic network from a sub-fleet of the 12th Legion, still known then as the Warhounds, before their rediscovery of Angron. Under Praetor Irad Krug, The Warhounds had been fighting near Eurydice Terminal on the southwestern edge of the Great Crusade's frontier. There, the Warhounds had been defending a frontier outpost from Orc void raiders of the self-proclaimed Glorantine Empire. Though badly outnumbered, they held the Orcs at bay through brutal boarding actions in orbit and fierce assaults against their landing zones. During the largest Orc attack yet attempted, a mysterious third force struck both sides. When the Ultramarines' retribution fleet arrived, even Guilliman could not have fully anticipated what awaited them. The system had become a wasteland of wreckage, fire, and radioactive echoes from heavy weapons fire. They found only a few hundred surviving warhounds, the remnants of a force once 10 times larger, still led by the gravely wounded Irad Krug. Krug explained what had happened. The Cybrids had used their mental powers to enslave a vast, feral population of orcs and turn them against their own kind. They had attempted to do the same to the Imperial defenders of Eurydice. Only the Warhounds had resisted their influence, and they had paid dearly for it. They would have been overwhelmed entirely had the wider forces of the Glordian Empire not entered the system in massive numbers. The battle spiraled into devastation. Orcs fought with unnatural fury, driven by alien masters to exterminate everything before them. More Cybrid hourglass void ships appeared, bringing enslaved Xenos warriors and vessels from species barely known to Imperial records. Eurydice Terminal had become a killing star, drawing armies into its destruction. Guilliman assessed the battlefield and adjusted his plans without hesitation. Though Irad Krug requested that his surviving legionaries be recovered and allowed to join the line, Guilliman refused. This battle would be for the Ultramarines alone. The plan was direct and brutal. Rather than engage in extended bombardment or close-range broadsides, Guilliman ordered a full boarding assault. He drove the core of his fleet, along with nearly 100,000 Ultramarines, directly into the heart of the enemy formation. Guilliman later recorded that he and his legion were often seen as opposed to the tactics that cost heavy Ultramarine lives. Eurydice showed the truth more clearly. Guilliman rejected waste, not sacrifice. When sacrifice became the most efficient path to victory, the Ultramarines would pay that price with absolute resolve. As the fleets closed, hundreds of gunships and assault rams launched from Ultramarine flight base. Legion ships unleashed thousands of lance batteries and macro cannons. The Cybrid nomad vessels answered with frenzied lashes of elemental energy, tearing hulls apart and leaving void ships burning in the dark. Still, the Ultramarines advanced. Within the hourglass vessels, the boarding war became savage. The Ultramarines moved through maze-like corridors like the inner workings of some immense machine, destroying everything in their path. They encountered the Cybrids themselves, gaunt, half-solid vapor forms without their exo-armor, burning with psychokinetic power. They fought with desperate violence, striking with mind-searing blasts. But for every legionary who fell, more pushed forward. Invictori bearing axe and shield led the advance, supported by Terminator-armored veterans who moved like walking bulwarks. as they pressed deeper into the vessels. They planted melt-bombs and adamantic implosion charges throughout corridors and power junctions. The 13th Legion had awakened a rare and focused hunger for vengeance, and nothing could turn it aside. Guilliman himself breached the innermost chamber of the largest hourglass ship. There he found the master of the Cybrids, a towering, multi-limbed gestalt creature 3 times his height. Its long, almost equine head unleashed shockwaves strong enough to crack ceramite as the chamber was invaded. Guilliman's Terminator-armored honor guard staggered and fell beneath the psychic assault. Beside him stood Chief Battle Psyker Aeroth Ptolemy, who fought the creature on the psychic plane with all the strength he possessed. As Ptolemy shielded his Primarch from the full force of the Cyber King's power, Guilliman charged. The Xenos reared above them, clawed limbs bearing strange weapons like some devil god of old night. Guilliman struck with the strength and speed granted by the Emperor's genetic mastery, cleaving limb from vaporous limb. Ptolemy gave his life holding back the creature's psychic fury, and Guilliman delivered the final vengeance of the 13th Legion. He tore the glowing brain from the monster's skull, crushed it beneath his heel. Across the system, the towering vessels of the Osirian Cybrids began to fall. Some were destroyed from within by explosive charges. Others were ripped apart in the crossfire of waiting Ultramarine formations as they tried to flee. None escaped. With the Cybrids dead, their enslaved Xenos armies collapsed as well. Only the battered Glortian orcs remained, already exhausted by the slaughter. The Ultramarines drove them back into the outer darkness. The victory came at a heavy cost. Several thousand Ultramarines were lost, many of them veterans from the Legion's Terran roots, who had been eager to stand at the forefront and erase the shame of the past. The price had been willingly paid for vengeance, and it was a price that Roboute Guilliman would pay again when duty demanded it. When Horus turned against the Imperium and gave himself to the ruinous powers, one of his first strategic aims was to draw as many loyalist legions away from Terra as possible before his rebellion was openly revealed. To this end, Horus ordered Roboute Guilliman to lead an expeditionary force to Calth in the Viridian system of Ultramar. The stated purpose was to prepare for a campaign in the Eastern Fringe, where Horus claimed a vast orc war was gathering. Guilliman expected the word-bearers to join the 13th Legion in this effort, but he did not know that the 17th Legion had already fallen to chaos decades earlier, or that Lorgar had eagerly accepted Horus's command to strike with the Ultramarines. The word-bearers launched their surprise attack without warning, devastating the Ultramarines' fleet and overwhelming their ground forces across Calth. The opening stages of the battle saw the 13th Legion driven back over huge stretches of territory. The word-bearers took savage satisfaction in this betrayal, for they had never forgotten Monarchia, the city destroyed on Kur when the Emperor publicly chastised them for violating the Imperial truth. Guilliman's flagship survived the first attack and began emergency repairs while regrouping with other surviving vessels. Once he understood the scale of the disaster, Guilliman sent an astropathic distress call to Macragge. On the surface, the Ultramarines had been forced into retreat, yet many of them were sons of Calth and refused to break. They dug into fortified positions, while Guilliman coordinated scattered defensive forces through clear and precise commands. Captain Ventanus led one of the critical counterattacks, breaking out and retaking Calth's defense laser silos. From the surface, those weapons helped relieve the Ultramarines' fleet in orbit. Guilliman's remaining forces held long enough for the wider 13th Legion to arrive and drive the word-bearers from the system, though victory came at a dreadful cost. Before their retreat, the word-bearers turned Calth's orbital defense platforms against the Viridian star, stripping away layers of its photosphere and destabilizing it. Calth's surface was rendered uninhabitable. Beneath the ruined world, Ultramarines and stranded word-bearers became locked in a brutal subterranean conflict, later known as the Underworld War. The battle also served a darker purpose. Through the slaughter at Calth, the word-bearer summoned the Ruin Storm, a massive warp storm intended to isolate Ultramar from the wider galaxy and prevent the Ultramarines from reaching Terra. Guilliman and a large portion of his legion had remained off-world because of the nature of the word-bearer's fleet ambush. Though battered, they were not destroyed. In the aftermath, Guilliman received the orders of Malcador the Sigillite and prepared to serve the Imperium's defense however he could. In the wake of Calth, Guilliman gathered every vessel he could spare. He drew ships from the surviving Ultramarines' fleet, reinforced them with elements of the First Relief Force bound for Calth, and used the 13th Legion's astropathic choirs to track Lorgar directly. Lorgar and the Word-Bearers soon joined Angron and the World Eaters, launching the Shadow Crusade against the 500 worlds of Ultramar. Their goal was to spread the Ruin Storm across the eastern fringe, cutting the galaxy in two while Horus advanced on Terra. The Shadow Crusade devastated 26 worlds before Guilliman's Retribution fleet caught the traitors at Nucaria, Angron's homeworld. There, the World Eaters were in the process of exterminating the planet's population in vengeance for what had been done to Angron a century earlier. Guilliman's temporary flagship, Courage Above All, emerged from the warp at the edge of the system, leading 41 Ultramarines vessels. His fleet was wounded and improvised, assembled from scattered expeditionary forces. It was not a formal interdiction fleet, but a strike force aimed directly at the enemy's heart. The Ultramarines engaged the traitor fleets with calculated aggression. Their larger vessels traded broadsides with the enemy, while the smaller elements struck from safer range. Guilliman focused the Armada's strength on two objectives: destroy Lorgar's flagship, the Fidelitas Lex, and board the World Eater's flagship, the Conqueror. The battle was fought in orbit and on the surface. Ultramarines' vessels forced their way toward Nucaria, launching drop pods, gunships, and troop carriers despite suffering heavy losses. Lord Tara Saren, commander of the Conqueror, fought fiercely and destroyed several Ultramarine ships, but the 13th Legion eventually punched through and landed troops on the planet. The Fidelitas Lex was slowly reduced to ruin. Its shields failed, its armor cracked, and the cathedrals and fortresses along its spine were shattered by repeated Ultramarines' attacks. The ship fought on, even as evacuation craft poured from its hull. But Guilliman had resolved that Lorgar's flagship would be killed first through relentless, methodical punishment. At the same time, the battle barge Armsman intercepted the Conqueror and launched boarding craft. While the World Eaters repelled the assault, smaller Ultramarine ships slipped past and delivered more troops to the surface. The Ultramarines who landed on Nucaria were veterans of Calth. Their armor was scarred, burned, and cracked from the earlier battles, and they carried a cold, disciplined hatred for the Wordbearers. They established footholds in defensible positions, clearing landing zones for reinforcements, even as the World Eaters crashed into them in frenzied packs. The 12th Legion fought with the savage abandon of warriors enslaved by the Butcher's nails. The Wordbearers advanced with hymns, sermons, and icons of bone and corrupted metal. The Ultramarines met both with controlled fury, driven by vengeance for Calth and the worlds of Ultramar. As the fighting raged, the burning remains of the Fidelitas Lex fell into Nucaria's atmosphere and plunged toward the ocean, its engines dragging the stern down first. Amid the chaos, Guilliman finally found Lorgar. The two Primarchs met without speeches or spectacle, their first clash sending energy flaring from Power Fist and Crozius. Around them, their sons killed one another, but neither Primarch looked away. Guilliman confronted Lorgar for the devastation unleashed across Ultramar. In anger, he struck his brother hard enough to batter his sternum. Lorgar answered with a weak burst of telekinesis, and then brought his Crozius into the side of Guilliman's head with tremendous force. Both Primarchs stood wounded beneath the gray sky. Their duel was interrupted when Angron burst through the Ultramarine lines. His armor was ruined, his chain blades slick with gore, and across his chest hung the skulls of his dead gladiator kin from Deshelica Ridge. He threw himself at Guilliman with murderous rage. Guilliman fought Angron in a brutal exchange, but the Red Angel drove him back. During the duel, Guilliman's blow shattered one of the skulls hanging from Angron's breastplate, and his boot crushed the fragments into dust. Angron's anguish erupted into a howl, and Lorgar seized the moment. The Wordbearer's Primarch began chanting in a language never spoken by any living being. His ritual summoned the ruined storm to Nucaria and tore the sky open. Blood rained from above, formed from the ghosts of 100 murdered worlds. Lorgar's intent was to save Angron from the Butcher's nails by transforming him into something far worse. Guilliman was badly wounded. Angron drove a chainsword beneath his breastplate, and Guilliman staggered back, bleeding heavily. His warriors fought desperately to reach him. Their chance came when Lorgar's ritual locked Angron in place and began his transformation into a demon prince of Khorne. The Ultramarines recovered their Primarch and withdrew in disciplined formation, firing even as they retreated. Guilliman escaped Nucaria, shaken by what his brothers had become. The World Eaters completed their purge of the planet, leaving no human life behind. Angron, reborn in service to the Blood God, left his hated homeworld, never looked back. The ruin storm left Guilliman cut off from Terra and much of the galaxy. With no reliable knowledge of whether the Emperor still lived, he feared that the dream of human unity might already be lost. In response, he created Imperium Secundus as a contingency, a second human empire meant to preserve the ideals of the Great Crusade if Terra had fallen. Guilliman would later regard this as one of his greatest mistakes. Many Loyalist forces trapped behind the ruin storm found their way to Macragge through the Pharos, an ancient Xenos device located on Sotha. It functioned as a beacon through the warp, much like the Astronomicon, which had been obscured. Guilliman refused to declare himself emperor, fearing any resemblance to Horus's ambition. He first considered Lionel Johnson, who had arrived with the Dark Angels, though he remained wary of the Lion's motives. After the Blood Angels arrived, following the horrors of Cygnus, Guilliman named Sanguinius as regent of Imperium Secundus, ensuring that none would claim the title of emperor. The fragile order of Imperium Secundus was troubled from the start. Guilliman survived an Alpha Legion assassination attempt carried out by operatives disguised as Ultramarines. Later, Conrad Kurz, who had hidden aboard the Dark Angel's flagship Invincible Reason, was unleashed upon Macragge. Guilliman and the Lion fought Kurz together, but the Night Haunter lured them into a trap and brought a structure down upon them with explosives. They survived only because Barbarous Dantioch, a loyalist Iron Warrior, activated the Pharos and teleported them to Sotha. Tensions between Guilliman and L. Johnson worsened as Kurz continued to haunt Macragge. The Lions believed Kurz was behind rebellions spreading across the planet and demanded martial law. Guilliman resisted. After a suicide bombing struck an Astartes convoy, the Dark Angels imposed martial law without Guilliman's permission. This dispute intensified during the Illyrium Rebellion. L. Johnson wanted to unleash weapons of mass destruction to flush Kurz out, but Guilliman objected to the likely loss of innocent lives. The Lion instead launched a more conventional assault, and Kurz was finally captured. At Guilliman's insistence, Kurz was given a public trial. During it, the Night Haunter revealed that L. Johnson had secretly ordered orbital strikes against Illyrium in direct violation of Guilliman's wishes. Guilliman and Sanguinius, angered by the Lion's actions, ordered him and the Dark Angels to leave Imperium Secundus. The Lion later repented and asked instead to serve as Kurz's jailer. After Kurz's trial, Guilliman, Sanguinius, and L. Johnson agreed that Imperium Secundus had been a mistake. They chose to dissolve it and attempt to breach the ruin storm, having learned that the Emperor still lived and that Terra would need them soon. As their combined fleets moved through the storm, they encountered horrors of the warp and heard reports of an entity known as the Pilgrim, which was spreading destruction across the galaxy. At Anuari, Guilliman's fleet was ambushed by traitor forces and Guilliman survived another assassination attempt by word-bearers wielding chaos blades known as athames. Believing the weapons might help him understand chaos and turn that knowledge against the traitors, Guilliman kept the blades within his flagship's vault. This was an early example of the dangerous logic later condemned by the Inquisition as radicalism. During the Battle of Perron, Sanguinius received a vision. He understood that the fleet had to travel to Davin, the world where Horus's fall had truly begun. Guilliman and the Lion doubted the vision, but agreed to follow it. Both assumed they would destroy the planet on arrival. Once they reached Davin, Sanguinius shocked L. Johnson by taking Conrad Kurz from the Invincible Reason, hoping the Night Haunter's precognition would help him understand what awaited him. Sanguinius ordered a mass landing, and the furious Lion nearly commanded Exterminatus, despite his brother's presence below. L. Johnson stopped himself and told Guilliman he believed the warp was manipulating them, drawing them toward the same damnation that had claimed Horus and the traitor Primarchs. Guilliman accepted the warning and realized that the captured athames were the source of corruption within their ranks. He returned to his vault and crushed the blades with his power fist, rejecting the temptation of the dark gods. On Davin, Sanguinius was trapped within a warp portal and fought the demon Madeo. Guilliman and L. Johnson struggled to reach him as battle erupted on the planet and in orbit. Guilliman's acting flagship, Samothrace, was destroyed by the demon ship Veritas Ferrum. At the temple of the Serpent Lodge, where Horus had first been corrupted, Guilliman and L. Johnson finally set aside their bitterness and fought together. Side by side, they defeated a massive demon engine known as a Soul Grinder. Sanguinius eventually escaped the warp, and the Loyalist forces withdrew to orbit. Davin was destroyed by cyclonic torpedoes, and with its physical anchor gone, the demonic fleet vanished back into the realm of chaos. In the space where Davin had been, a breach in the ruin storm appeared. It led toward Terra, but Horus had foreseen the opening and left a massive traitor fleet to guard it. Guilliman and L. Johnson agreed that the Ultramarines and Dark Angels would hold the enemy while Sanguinius and the Blood Angels slipped through the breach. As Sanguinius had foreseen that if the Blood Angels failed to reach Terra, the traitors would win. The plan succeeded, and in the months that followed, the ruin storm began to weaken, and Guilliman gathered what Ultramarine forces he could before beginning his own advance toward Terra. His path was blocked by a vast Iron Warrior's defensive chain spread across hundreds of worlds. The campaign that followed was bitter and costly. Both sides suffered heavily, but the Ultramarines pushed forward, slowly breaking through the barrier. At last, Guilliman cleared the final Iron Warrior's garrisons and set course for Terra at maximum speed. His legion was only hours away when the final battle of the Siege of Terra began aboard Horus's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit. Because of the Ruin Storm, the Battle of Calth, the Shadow Crusade, the Second Battle of Davin, and the long campaign against the Iron Warriors, Guilliman could do little to aid the Emperor during the Siege of Terra. In 14M31, Horus launched his great assault on the Throne World, believing many Loyalist legions were still delayed across the galaxy. The traitors came close to breaking the Imperial Palace, but the defenders held long enough for loyalist reinforcements to emerge at the edge of the Sol system. News reached Horus in orbit. The Ultramarines, Dark Angels, and Space Wolves were only hours away. His gamble failed. If the battle had become a war of attrition, he could not win it. What happens next remains debated. Some Imperial scholars believe Horus lowered the shields of the vengeful spirit in a final moment of regret, allowing the Emperor to judge him personally. Others believe it was a challenge, a way to force a direct confrontation before the palace could be fully taken. Whatever the reason, Horus lowered the void shields of his Gloriana-class battleship. The Emperor, his custodians, Sanguinius, and a company of Imperial fists teleported aboard. Horus was slain, ending the heresy, but Sanguinius was killed, and the Emperor was mortally wounded and soon interred upon the Golden Throne by Rogel Dorn. Guilliman's reinforcement fleet, numbering more than 3,200 capital ships, was nearly within reach when the Emperor faced Horus. Yet, without the Astronomicon burning clearly, his fleet was stranded just short of Terra. At sublight speed, the final distance would have taken tens of thousands of years. The situation changed when Euphrates Keeler and the faithful of the Lectitio Divinitatis restored the Astronomicon through the psychic force of their collective faith. With the beacon active again, Guilliman reached Terra and helped drive back the remaining traitor forces after Horus's defeat. When the Ultramarines arrived, they found Terra, the Sol system, and much of the Imperium's heartland in ruins. Guilliman refused to allow the Imperium to collapse. He began dispatching his legion across the galaxy to contain invasion, rebellion, and disorder, while the surviving loyalist forces recovered and prepared for the Great Scouring. The Horus heresy left the Imperium shattered. Tens of thousands of loyalist space marines had died in savage campaigns across the galaxy, and half of the original 18 legions had sided with Horus, fallen to chaos. By the war's end, the Imperium possessed far fewer Astartes than before, the very moment when it needed them most. The Emperor's internment upon the Golden Throne left the Imperium without his direct rule. Confusion and disorder spread in the aftermath, and mankind's enemies prepared to strike. Many worlds remained under the grip of chaos, while rebellion and invasion threatened to pull the wounded Imperium apart. Into this crisis came Roboute Guilliman and the Ultramarines. Since the middle years of the Great Crusade, after the losses suffered by the Dark Angels during the Rangdan Xenocides, the Ultramarines had been the largest of the Astartes legions. Now, they were divided and sent across the struggling Imperium, fighting to contain invasion, unrest, and collapse wherever they appeared. Guilliman took control of the Council of Terra and established the office of Lord Commander of the Imperium. He assumed the authority once held by Malcador the Sigillite as Imperial Regent, guiding humanity through more than a Terran century of recovery after the Emperor's internment. This was the age of the Great Scouring, when the Imperium reclaimed worlds taken by the traitors, purged the remnants of Chaos rule, and restored Imperial authority across the galaxy. As stability slowly re-emerged, Guilliman turned his attention to reform. He wished to ensure that no single military commander could ever again control a force as vast as the legions Horus had commanded. To achieve this, he broke the Loyalist legions into smaller chapters of roughly 1,000 Space Marines, drawing upon an older legion formation of the same name. The 9 Loyalist first founding legions were divided into the second founding chapters, and the legions Astartes became the Adeptus Astartes. No one, regardless of noble intent, would ever again wield the full power of a Space Marine legion. At the same time, Guilliman completed the great military work that would define the future of the Space Marines, the Codex Astartes. This masterwork set out the proper structure, conduct, and battlefield doctrine of the chapters. Its teachings reshaped the Adeptus Astartes and became one of the foundations of the Imperium's military survival. The second founding was decreed 7 Terran years after Horus's death. Most Loyalist legions were divided into fewer than 5 successor chapters, but the Ultramarines were split far more widely. The exact number of Ultramarine successors created during the second founding remains uncertain. The oldest surviving copy of the Codex Astartes gives the total as 23, though it does not name them. With the second founding, the Ultramarines themselves were greatly reduced in size. Most of their warriors left Macragge to establish new chapters on homeworlds granted elsewhere. The Fortress of Hera, built to house far more Space Marines than now remained, was partly stripped of its arsenals and weapons shops, so the new successor chapters could found their own strongholds. The Ultramarines' gene banks and vast recruitment systems were reduced as well. From this division, the gene seed of the Ultramarines became preeminent throughout the Imperium. The chapters created from their line during the second founding became known as the Primogenitors, the Firstborn. Guilliman's legacy to the Adeptus Astartes was genetic, martial, and spiritual. 10,000 years later, the Primogenitor chapters still venerate Roboute Guilliman as their founding father and patron. They look to the ruler of Ultramar and master of the Ultramarines as an exemplar of what a Space Marine should be. In this way, the Ultramarines rose to a position of lasting preeminence among their brother chapters. Roboute Guilliman continued to serve beside the Ultramarines for a century after the second founding, leading both his chapter and the Imperium as Lord Commander and Imperial Regent. During these years, it is said he fought several incursions alongside his surviving Loyalist brothers, striking against Chaos Space Marines and the pocket empires they still controlled within Imperial space. One such conflict, on the world of Escridor, Guilliman faced the Alpha Legion and its Primarch, Alpharius. Exploiting Alpharius' vanity, Guilliman launched a surprise attack against the hearts of the Alpha Legion forces and killed a Space Marine he believed to be Alpharius in single combat. The Ultramarines believed the Alpha Legion would die without its head, but this proved a grave mistake. Its symbol was the Hydra, and the Legion remained coherent even after the apparent death of its Primarch. The Alpha Legion drove the Ultramarines back through repeated assaults, and Guilliman was eventually forced to withdraw his warriors into orbit and bombard Escridor from above. The Alpha Legion survived, remaining a subtle and persistent threat to the Imperium for millennia. At some point during this era, Guilliman formed a relationship with Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call, a tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus, who did not fear innovation in the way many of his peers did. Call had once worked beside the Emperor in the gene labs of Terra's biotechnical division. Guilliman entrusted him with two immense tasks: to develop a technological means of restoring him from death should he fall, and to create a new generation of transhuman warriors, the Primaris Space Marines, who would improve upon the Emperor's original design and learn from the failures revealed by the Horus Heresy. Call would labor over these charges for the next 10,000 years. Guilliman's apparent end came at the Battle of Thelsala in 121 M31. There, he faced Fulgrim, the demon primarch of the Emperor's children, who had ascended as a demon prince of Slaanesh. Fulgrim struck Guilliman in the neck with a poisoned blade, a weapon notably similar to the anatheme used by Erebus to wound Horus on Davin's moon. Mortally wounded, Guilliman was carried back to Macragge and placed within a stasis field. There he remained for the next 10,000 years, frozen outside the normal flow of time. Though change should have been impossible within stasis, many pilgrims of the Imperial cult believed his wounds were slowly healing. They claimed that one day he would awaken when the Imperium needed him most. The Shrine of Guilliman was built to contain his body and became one of the holiest places in the Imperium. It stood within the Temple of Correction, a vast sepulchre forming part of the Ultramarines' northern polar fortress on Macragge. The temple was a marvel of construction, reflecting the Ultramarines' devotion to precision and order. Its scale and grandeur challenged the human mind. The multicolored glass dome above it was the largest of its kind in the human-settled galaxy. Even the techno-magi of the Adeptus Mechanicus came to admire the structure, which was said to have been designed by Guilliman himself. According to the Ultramarines, the temple contained enough marble to build a mountain and enough adamantium and plasteel to construct a sizable Imperial war fleet. At its heart stood the great marble throne of Roboute Guilliman. Upon it sat the preserved body of the Primarch. 10,000 years had passed since Thelsala, yet Guilliman's form remained untouched by decay. The wound left by Fulgrim's toxic blade was still visible at his throat. The stasis field preserved him by removing him from normal time, preventing any change or corruption. And for those 10,000 years, the Emperor of mankind remained immobile upon the golden throne. His body was reduced to a withered husk, yet his Imperium endured. It did not prosper. It survived beneath the weight of misery, persecution, suspicion, and endless war. Heretics, witches, Xenos, and traitors assailed it from every side, and only the sacrifice of countless citizens kept it alive. In the 41st millennium, the Imperium faced one of its greatest trials. Orcs ravaged the stars. The Tau Empire expanded in the eastern fringe. Tyranid hive fleets descended from beyond the galaxy to consume all before them. Necron dynasties stirred from ancient sleep. And above all these threats, the forces of chaos launched their most devastating invasion in ages. Abaddon the Despoiler, Lord of the Black Legion, unleashed the 13th Black Crusade. Countless worlds fell, heresy spread, madness grew, and violent warp storms tore great wounds through the galaxy. The High Lords of Terra, blind in their desperation, sent billions to die in attempts to preserve the failing Imperium. The Eldari understood that the Imperium needed more than armies. It needed a symbol, a hero, and a living embodiment of the Emperor's will. It needed a Primarch. The full force of the 13th Black Crusade fell upon Cadia, the fortress world guarding the Cadian Gate, the only reliably stable route from the Eye of Terror. Despite being severely outnumbered and attacked from all sides, the defenders held with extraordinary courage under Lord Castellan Ursarkar Creed. As the battle grew desperate, many of the Imperium's champions gathered on Cadia. Space Marines from several chapters joined the defense, including the Black Templars under Marshal Marius Almeric, and the Imperial Fists under Captain Tor Garadon, who brought the mighty Star Fort Phalanx into war. Saint Celestine descended into Cadia's darkest hour, strengthening the defenders with miracles granted by the Emperor. Inquisitor Katarina Greyfax, long held captive in the collection of Trazyn the Infinite, was released by the Necron Lord to once again serve the Imperial cause. The key to a possible Imperial victory was discovered by Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call, guided by the Harlequin Shadowseer Salandri Veilwalker. Call unlocked secrets of the Necron Black Pylons that stood across Cadia and other worlds of the system. Abaddon had long sought to destroy these structures, weakening the barrier between reality and the warp. Call saw a chance to reverse that damage, and perhaps close the Eye of Terror itself. It was not to be. Though the defenders fought with courage, the pylons were destroyed, and Cadia received its final death blow. The surviving Imperial forces were forced to flee as chaos overran the doomed world. Behind them, the Eye of Terror began to expand across the galaxy, opening into a vast new warp rift. But one hope remained: Call's ancient pact with Roboute Guilliman, and the mysterious artifact he carried within an armored auto-reliquary. The survivors of Cadia declared themselves the Celestian Crusade, named in honor of Saint Celestine, and set course for Macragge in Ultramar. Abaddon's forces followed close behind. At that same time, the Eldari underwent a profound upheaval. Yenid, the Eldari god of the dead, partially awoke in the Aether and chose Rivain, a former Eldari of Craftworld Biltan, as his prophet. Ivrain had walked many paths in her life, from dancer to warlock to aspect warrior. She later became a Corsair leader before being driven into the Webway and eventually to Kamarog, the dark city of the Drakari. Fighting as a gladiatrix in the Crucible arena, she was slain by a priestess of Morai Heg, only to be resurrected by the power of Yenid while suspended between life and death. Her rebirth during the Night of Revelations caused a great disjunction within Kamarog, unleashing the demonic servants of Slanesh upon the Dark City. With the aid of the Visarch and followers drawn from the Drakari, Ivrain escaped and brought word of Yenid's awakening to Craftworld Biltan. During the Battle of Biltan, the Craftworld underwent a violent cycle of death and rebirth, giving rise to the Incarnate, the avatar of Yenid. Some Osurnyani embraced Ivrain's message, and became the Inari, the Reborn. Others rejected the new god as dangerous arrogance. Ivrain continued regardless, seeking the lost Crone's world and pursuing a desperate plan to turn back the rising power of chaos. That mission brought her to the frozen moon of Classius, orbiting the fortress world of Kasser Holn in the Cadian system. There, Ivrain led an army drawn from many Eldari kindreds through a webway gate and emerged in time to save the Celestian Crusade from Black Legion pursuers. The Inari and Celestians made common cause, and together they began the journey through the webway toward Ultramar, carrying with them a fragile hope. In the closing years of the 41st millennium, Ultramar came under sustained attack from many enemies. High Fleet Leviathan moved through the void toward Guilliman's ancient realm. The arch-arsonist of Caradon led a vast orc wall against the Ultramarines' eastern defenses. Yet the greatest danger came from chaos. A massive horde of traitors, renegades, mutants, and madmen invaded Ultramar under the demon prince Makar the Reborn. War spread across dozens of worlds, from Espendor to Turantis to oceanic Talisar. After months of sorrow and bloodshed, the Ultramarines prevailed. Makar was defeated, and his armies were driven beyond the borders of Ultramar. Marneus Calgar then led a brief period of rebuilding and consolidation, strengthening the battered defenses of the realm. That brief recovery ended in the aftermath of Cadia's fall. Abaddon learned from the Chaos Sorcerer Zarafistin that Belisarius' Call had escaped Cadia with a device capable of shifting the long war into the Imperium's favor. He also learned that Call and the Celestian Crusade had entered the webway with the aid of the Inari and were heading for Macragge. To prevent this threat from reaching its goal, Abaddon detached part of his Black Fleet and ordered an invasion of Ultramar. Warriors from the Black Legion, Iron Warriors, Night Lords, and other traitor factions attacked the realm. Some struck the outer systems to delay reinforcements, while the main host rode the warp directly into the Macragge system. Thus began the Ultramar campaign of the 13th Black Crusade. The Celestian Crusade was led by Saint Celestine, Belisarius Call, Marshal Marius Almoric, and Inquisitor Greyfax. Alongside them came Urain and the Visarch. They emerged from the webway onto the shrine world of Laphis in the Macragge system, and immediately found themselves in a war zone. After defeating nearby Chaos forces and aiding the local Ultramarines against Helldrakes besieging their fortress, the Celestians convinced the skeptical Space Marines to grant them passage to Macragge. Ivrain and the Visarch sent most of the Inari back into the webway to pursue missions vital to their own people. When the Celestians reached Macragge aboard an Ultramarine strike cruiser, they found the capital world under full-scale invasion. In orbit, Chaos and Loyalist fleets clashed. On the ground, the fortress of Hera itself was in danger of falling. Call gained an audience with Marneus Calgar, chapter master of the Ultramarines and Lord of Macragge. He revealed that he was more than 10,000 years old and had known Roboute Guilliman during the Horus Heresy. Call explained that Guilliman had tasked him with finding a way to restore him to life even before Fulgrim mortally wounded him at Thelsala. Within Call's auto-reliquary were the Armor of Fate, a unique suit of artificer armor designed to sustain Guilliman's life functions, and the Emperor's sword, a weapon containing a fragment of the Emperor's own psychic essence. Calgar and his chapter council were wary, especially because the Celestians had allied with Xenos. Chief Librarian Tigurius supported their claim, explaining that he had seen prophetic dreams and believed their arrival was no accident. Faced with the chaos assault and the possibility of salvation, Calgar allowed the Celestians and the Nari into the Temple of Correction, where Guilliman sat in stasis. As Call began his work upon the Primarch's time-frozen body, the Black Legion launched a massive assault on the temple. The Celestians, Ultramarine officers, and the Third Brotherhood of Grey Knights under Grand Master Aldrich Voldus fought to protect the ritual. More than 100 Black Legionaries attacked, and Dreadclaw assault boats brought still more Chaos forces into the shrine. The defenders were nearly overwhelmed. At the final moment, Ivrain called upon a need. The power of the Eldari god of the dead joined with Call's arcane technology, healing Guilliman's ancient wound and awakening him from 10,000 years of stasis. The reborn Primarch rose in fury. Guilliman tore through the Chaos attackers and sent a surge of hope through the Ultramarines and the other Loyalist defenders. The Black Legion assault collapsed, and the battle for the fortress of Hera turned in an instant. With Guilliman's resurrection, the fate of Macragge and all of Ultramar was decided. After the battle, Guilliman was restored as Primarch of the Ultramarines and all their successor chapters, Lord of Macragge and rightful ruler of Ultramar. Marneus Calgar willingly ceded chapter leadership to his gene-father. Guilliman then revoked the political autonomy of the worlds that had once belonged to Ultramar and drifted apart over the millennia. The 500 worlds would be restored along with their ruler. With Guilliman in command, the Loyalist forces on Macragge became a weapon of extraordinary precision. Within roughly 7 months, chaos was driven from Macragge, and then from most of Ultramar. Ivrain, the Visarch, and the remaining Ynnari departed with Guilliman's wary blessing and his thanks. In the aftermath, Guilliman struggled with the reality of the Imperium he had returned to. The dream of prosperity, reason, scientific wonder, and human unity promised during the Great Crusade had decayed into tyranny, ignorance, fear, and suspicion. At first, the truth nearly broke his spirit. Yet Guilliman found hope again. He resolved to travel from Macragge through the dangerous tides of the warp to Terra, where he would consult with the Emperor and determine what could still be done to save mankind from the servants of the Dark Gods. So began the Terran Crusade. As the warp grew increasingly turbulent in the aftermath of the 13th Black Crusade, Roboute Guilliman gathered every Imperial force that could reach Macragge. From these scattered armies and fleets, he assembled a vast armada bound for Terra. Guilliman left Macragge and Ultramar in the hands of Marneus Calgar, who was restored to overall command of the Ultramarines chapter. The Crusade fleet then set out for the Throne World, but while passing near the Great Warp Rift known as the Maelstrom, it was intercepted by a Chaos fleet led by Magnus the Red and the Thousand Sons. Magnus had recently stirred from the planet of sorcerers for the first time in millennia, first to assault the Fenris system of his ancient enemies, the Space Wolves, and now to confront Guilliman. Through a powerful sorcerer's ritual, Magnus hurled the Terran Crusade into the maelstrom, trapping it within the labyrinth of that wound in reality. Time within the warp could not be measured reliably, and the Crusade wandered from demon world to demon world, suffering steady losses under constant demonic assault. Guilliman's frustration and guilt deepened as the fleet struggled to find any way free. Hope came through a psychic message from the Ossarniani Farseer Eldrad Uthran, now allied with the Inari. Eldrad provided a sequence of landmarks the Imperial fleet could follow to escape the warp rift. Yet when the diminished Crusade reached the starship graveyard, marking the route back to real space, it was met by another Chaos fleet. This one composed of the Red Corsairs, and led by the Lord of Change, Kairos Fateweaver. The Chaos forces attacked every vessel in the Imperial fleet. Kairos ultimately defeated Guilliman by binding him in chains formed from the Primarch's own guilt. With Guilliman immobilized and his life threatened, the rest of the Imperial fleet was forced to surrender. The captured Crusade was taken to a Blackstone fortress hidden within the Maelstrom, a secret gift from Abaddon the Despoiler to the Red Corsairs. There, Guilliman and his surviving followers might have remained imprisoned forever had aid not come from an unexpected source. The Harlequins, led by the Shadow Seer Salandri Veilwalker, intervened alongside Cypher, the mysterious fallen angel, whose loyalties had long remained uncertain. Cypher freed Guilliman and his companions in return for a promise that he would be brought before the Golden Throne. Their ships had been lost, their crews sacrificed to the ruinous powers, but Veilwalker offered another path to Terra through the Webway Gate at the heart of the Blackstone Fortress. The Imperials fought their way deep into the alien Star Fortress, battling demons of Khorne and Tzeentch that flooded its interior. The final obstacle was Skarbrand, the Exiled One, the bloodthirster who slew the Emperor's champion, Marius Almeric, before attacking Guilliman directly. Guilliman defeated the Greater Demon in personal combat, aided by the wound Almeric's black sword had already carved into Skarbrand's burning flesh. With Skarbrand defeated, the survivors of the Terran Crusade entered the Webway and continued toward Terra. There, they discovered that Magnus and the Thousand Sons were already haunting the labyrinth dimension. Veilwalker explained that a secret Webway exit had long existed on Luna, and Guilliman realized Magnus had been waiting for them. If the exit opened into the Sol system, the Thousand Sons would follow through and unleash a chaos invasion at Terra's doorstep. With aid from the Harlequins, the Sisters of Silence, the Imperial Fists, and other Imperial forces, Guilliman and the Crusade survivors overwhelmed the Thousand Sons. Magnus was cast back through the portal, and the Webway Gate was permanently sealed so it could never again threaten the throne world. At last, Guilliman had reached Terra. The awed defenders escorted him to the Imperial Palace, where the survivors of the Celestian and Terran Crusades parted ways. There, for the first time in 10,000 years, Guilliman stood before the Golden Throne and communed with the Emperor of Mankind for one full solar day. What passed between them is unknown. Guilliman emerged deeply disturbed by what he had sensed of his father's mind. To him, the Emperor seemed to have lost much of the humanity he had once displayed. He greeted Guilliman with interest, but as a creator might regard a long-lost instrument, rather than a father welcoming a beloved son. When Guilliman left the inner palace, he declared that he would once again take up the mantles of Lord Commander of the Imperium and Imperial Regent. As first among equals among the High Lords of Terra, he promised the people of the galaxy that he would gather the greatest armies and fleets seen since the Great Crusade, carry the war back to chaos, and revive what remained of the Emperor's lost dream for mankind. The era Indomitus had begun. For 10,000 years, Belisarius Cawl had labored over a charge given to him by Guilliman before the Primarch's mortal wounding by Fulgrim. His task was to create a new generation of transhuman warriors. After the Terran Crusade, with the Imperium on the edge of annihilation, that work was finally complete. The Primaris Space Marines were developed by Cawl on Mars across 10 millennia. Using the genetic template of the Emperor's original Space Marines as his foundation, Cawl created warriors larger, stronger, and faster than their firstborn predecessors. They were intended as the next evolution of the Emperor's Angels of Death, arriving at the darkest hour in Imperial history. These new warriors were equipped with weapons and armor forged on Mars, including Mark X Tacticus power armor, the Mark II Cawl pattern bolt rifle, and the new Redemptor dreadnoughts. Their arrival gave the Imperium desperately needed strength after the 13th Black Crusade and the birth of the Great Rift, which had divided the Imperium into two. At the dawn of the Indomitus Crusade, Guilliman brought the Primaris Marines into war. Some he organized into entirely new Space Marine chapters. Others he offered to existing chapters as reinforcements. Many chapter masters welcomed the Primaris into their ranks, while others viewed them with suspicion, believing the Emperor's work should not have been altered by mortal hands. Questions also lingered around their gene seed. The Primaris Marines still bore the genetic legacy of their Primarchs, and some wondered how these new warriors would respond to the inherited flaws of chapters such as the Blood Angels and Space Wolves. Before the crusade could begin in full, Guilliman was forced to defend Terra itself during the Battle of Lion's Gate, as the first warp storms of the Noctis Aeterna broke over Holy Terra. The Astronomicon was cut off, and the skies turned crimson. Khorne, eager to prove his supremacy over the other Chaos Gods, sent 88 cohorts of his demonic blood legions against the Imperial Palace. The Blood God sought the glory of tearing down the Golden Throne himself, and the Red Host materialized before the Lion's Gate of the Outer Palace. The defenses of the Imperial Palace were unmatched, but even they could not halt the demonic tide alone. Guilliman personally led Primaris Space Marines, Adeptus Custodes, and Sisters of Silence into battle. The assault was broken before it could reach the Eternity Gate, yet the High Lords of Terra were shaken by the realization that demons had manifested openly upon Holy Terra. Khorne's rage at the failure was so immense that his fortress in the realm of chaos trembled. The 8 bloodthirsters who had led the attack were not merely banished, their essences were annihilated by the heat of their god's fury. After Terra's defense, Guilliman assembled the Indomitus Crusade, the largest Imperial military force gathered since the original Great Crusade. Fleet Primus set out with elements of the Adeptus Custodes, a small force of the Sisters of Silence, vast numbers of Primaris Space Marines, and the 9 legions of the Unnumbered Suns. Strike forces from more than a dozen established Space Marine chapters, led by the Imperial Fists, also joined the Armada. Across the galaxy, Guilliman came to the aid of besieged worlds, broke enemy assaults, and drove back Chaos and Xenos invaders. Among the worlds reached by the Crusade was Baal, homeworld of the Blood Angels, which had been devastated by High Fleet Leviathan. By the time Guilliman's fleet arrived, warp storms had already consumed much of the High Fleet, and the Crusade helped the Blood Angels cleanse the remaining infestation and begin rebuilding. Recognizing the strength still needed from the Blood Angels and their successors, Guilliman named Commander Dante Lord Regent of the Imperium Nihilus. Dante was charged with reclaiming the worlds of the Dark Imperium, the half of mankind's realm where the Astronomicon no longer shone after the Noctis Aeterna. Word of Guilliman's return spread wherever astropathic communication still functioned. A hero of Imperial myth had returned, and one of the demigods of the Great Crusade once more fought for mankind. The first phase of the Indomitus Crusade ended 12 standard years later at the Battle of Raukos. At the triumph of Raukos, Guilliman declared that the Imperium Sanctus, the half of the Imperium where the Astronomicon's light had been restored, was stabilized from imminent collapse. He then turned his attention back to Ultramar, where the Death Guard and the servants of Nurgle had begun a new war. After the Great Rift tore the Imperium in half, Ultramar came under attack from the servants of Nurgle. The Plague God sought to add Guilliman's realm to his garden in the realm of Chaos. 3 star systems north of Ultramar, later known as the Scourge Stars, were corrupted by Nurgle's influence. Their worlds became staging grounds for invasion. Ultramar was attacked from within and without by the Death Guard, led by Mortarion, and by the demonic plague legions of Kugath, a great unclean one. The Plague Wars lasted several years. After the Battle of Raukos ended the first great phase of the Indomitus Crusade, Guilliman finally returned with reinforcements to aid his embattled home realm. Mortarion's invasion force was vast, strengthened by mutants, Nurglite cultists from the Scourge Stars, Typhus and his plague fleet, and Kugoth with 7 greater demons of Nurgle, known as the Plague Guard. Their strategy focused on seizing major worlds such as Iax, Espendor, and Connor, while smaller raids struck lesser worlds and withdrew before Ultramarine forces could respond. The Espendor system was the first to fall under siege. Every world in the system, except Espendor itself, was taken by Chaos, while the Ultramarines fought bitterly to hold Espendor Prime. The greater demon Quaramos led this assault, and his partial conquest prepared the way for the wider Nurglite invasion fleet to enter Ultramar. Iax was overrun by demons under Kugoth. Earlier in the war, it had been converted into a hospital world to treat the spread of Nurgle's diseases across the subsector. Despite strict quarantine, this made it vulnerable to infiltration by Nurgle's heralds. Iax became the base for the Nurglite conquest. Mortarion, the Death Guard, and the Plague Guard later concentrated their strength there. Macragge suffered chaos-driven unrest, while Mortarion led probing attacks against the Ultramarines' homeworld. Though these attacks caused no widespread destruction to critical infrastructure, they damaged civilian morale and forced Marneus Calgar to spend time and resources on peacekeeping and public displays of strength. Titus and his plague fleet captured one of the Ultramar star forts before Mortarion ordered him to strike the Ultramarines' training world of Parmenio. Connor, a vital forge world, also came under attack. The Death Guard sought to conquer it and used the system as a springboard for a final assault on Macragge. At the same time, opportunistic orcs descended upon the world, hoping to loot its scrap metal and fuel reserves. Their smoke-belching war machines rampaged across the battlefield, killing Imperial and Chaos forces alike. After days of heavy fighting, the Imperium regained control of Connor. Though the cost was high, much of its production capacity survived. Within hours, its manufactoria were sanctified and reactivated to support the war effort. When Guilliman returned to Ultramar, he first cleansed the hive world of Ardium in the Macragge system. There, he learned that Mortarion was using the Hand of Darkness to create plague engines, arcane machines capable of raising the dead as plague zombies and poxwalkers. Guilliman destroyed the plague engine on Ardium and freed the world from Nurgle's influence. He then returned to Macragge with Primaris reinforcements, bringing relief to the exhausted defenders and civilian population. Upon arriving, Guilliman declared that he had made a grave mistake after the Horus Heresy, when he allowed Ultramar's borders to shrink so drastically. He had believed Space Marines should not rule large regions of humanity, but now he chose to restore the old realm. Guilliman re-established the Tetrarch Council of Ultramar and appointed 4 new Tetrarchs, including his Primaris Equerry, Captain Decimus Felix, and Ultramarines' first captain, Severus Agamon. Their charge was to begin expanding Ultramar until it once again encompassed all the systems of the ancient 500 worlds. After assessing the war, Guilliman reorganized the Ultramarines, their mortal auxilia, and the successor chapters that had answered his call. Their fleets engaged the Death Guard and worked to secure Ultramar's shipping lanes, supply routes. Guilliman then launched the Spear of Espandor campaign, targeting the Espandor system because it served as the main supply route for the Death Guard invasion from the Scourge Stars. He retook each lost world and destroyed the plague engines raising the dead across the system. At Espandor, the Ultramarines fought beside their Primaris brethren for the first time. The forces of Nurgle were routed, and Guilliman ended the campaign by slaying Quaramas with the Emperor's sword and destroying the final plague engine in the system. Espandor was cleansed, and the Nurglite invaders were cut off from their base in the Scourge Stars. With their supply lines severed, their plague engines destroyed, and Imperial reinforcements arriving daily, Mortarion found himself trapped in a war of attrition. Guilliman had cut the Death Guard away from resupply, now intended to destroy them system by system. Mortarion chose to concentrate his remaining strength against a single target. Macragge remained too heavily defended, so he turned his forces toward Parmenio. The battle there became the largest armored clash of the Plague Wars. The Starfort Galatan attempted to support Loyalist forces on Parmenio, but Typhus and the Plague Fleet engaged it. Traitor Marines boarded the fortress, and the fighting claimed the life of Barden Davaro, chapter master of the Nova Marines. On Parmenio itself, the Ultramarines slowly gained the advantage. Guilliman killed Septicus, Kugoth's lieutenant, and shattered the demonic plague guard. giving the Emperor's servants the upper hand. With the wider campaign turning in his favor, Guilliman turned his attention to Mortarion. He led an Ultramarines relief force to Ajax, determined to confront his traitorous brother. The Plague Wars reached their climax among the ruins of the hospital world. Guilliman learned of Mortarion and Kugath's plot by interrogating a captured demon host. Despite objections from Tetrarch Decimus Felix, the Craftworld Aldari liaison Iliane Natase, and the Grey Knights. Knowing he was walking into a trap, Guilliman chose to face Mortarion anyway. On Ajax, Guilliman and Mortarion fought to a brutal stalemate before the Demon Primarch's warp-enhanced resilience and power overwhelmed him. As Fulgrim and Magnus had done before him, Mortarion defeated Guilliman after his own ascension to demonhood. With Guilliman disabled, Mortarion infected him with the God-Blight, a supernatural chaos phage capable of overcoming even the Primarch's enhanced immune system. Guilliman remained defiant as the disease consumed him. Mortarion urged him to call upon Nurgle and end the pain by pledging himself to the Plague God, as Mortarion himself had done during the Horus Heresy. Guilliman refused. As death seemed to claim him, Guilliman's soul hung between real space and the Immaterium. He experienced a strange vision of his return to Terra and his meeting with the Emperor. The vision suggested that even Guilliman did not truly understand what had happened in the throne room, except that the Emperor had fully awakened to consciousness for the first time in millennia. The Emperor reached out to Guilliman's soul. His immense psychic power flowed into the Primarch, burning the God Blight from his body and restoring him to life. Mortarion fled, shocked by the purifying power of their gene father. Guilliman became a conduit for the Emperor's wrath. Raising the Emperor's sword, he unleashed a psychic attack that followed the connection created by the God Blight into the realm of chaos itself. The assault burned a portion of Nurgle's garden and wounded Nurgle personally. After channeling that power, Guilliman collapsed into unconsciousness, exhausted by the ordeal. In the aftermath, the forces of Nurgle began losing ground across Ultramar. Mortarion and the Death Guard were recalled to the Scourge Stars, where Nurgle's real space holdings had come under attack from Khorne and the war in the Rift. The Death Guard withdrew from Ajax under cover of a virus bomb attack, and Nurgle's remaining servants retreated from Ultramar. The threat from the Scourge Stars, however, remained. Guilliman returned fully to real space on Ajax and explained the Emperor's reawakening, along with his victory over Mortarion and Nurgle, to Custodian Tribune Maldevar Colquhoun. Later, aboard the Imperial fleet in orbit, he met with the dying militant apostolic Matthew to thank him for the role he had played in the victory. During the campaign, Matthew had led an army of Ecclesiarchy Frateris militia and preached the divinity of both the Emperor and Guilliman, defying the Imperial Regent's adherence to the old Imperial truth. In the final battle, Matthew helped capture the real space portion of the Cauldron of Nurgle held by Kugath. His intense faith briefly transformed him into a living saint, allowing him to shield Imperial forces from Nurgle's corrupting energies before destroying the cauldron at the cost of his own life. Before he died, Matthew told Guilliman that the Emperor's consciousness was reawakening and preparing to return fully to mortal life. Guilliman assured the dead priest's memory that his heroism would be remembered and told to his successors. The events of the Plague Wars forced Guilliman to question his rigid adherence to the imperial truth. He began to reconsider his atheism and the purely materialist view of the Emperor's nature. He also began questioning the call inferior construct about the meaning of the Emperor's return to consciousness and the possibility of his divinity. After victory on Ajax, Guilliman resolved to leave the stabilized Imperium Sanctus behind and carry his forces into the Imperium Nihilus, where the defenses of mankind's darkened half were failing. Demtrian Titus, known as the Warden of Ultramar, stands among the most storied warriors of the Ultramarines. He served first as captain of the chapter's 2nd Company, and later returned to its ranks as a Primaris lieutenant after a long and uncertain absence. Over the course of nearly 3 centuries of war in the Emperor's name, Titus built a reputation defined by endurance, battlefield instinct, and a record of victories in some of the Imperium's most punishing campaigns. Though relatively young by the standards of an Adeptus Astartes, his service already placed him among the chapter's most accomplished veterans. One of his final recorded actions before his disappearance took place on the Forge world of Graia. There, Titus helped lead the defense against an orc invasion before facing a second assault driven by Chaos forces. During the fighting, he resisted direct warp-based attacks in a way that drew attention from Imperial authorities. After the campaign concluded, the Inquisition intervened. Titus was taken into custody under suspicion of heresy, and from that point forward, his name vanished from official records for nearly a century. His reappearance came during the Era Indomitans, a time of upheaval across the Imperium. Cleared of all prior accusations, Titus returned to the Ultramarines and underwent the transformation known as the Rubicon Primaris, emerging as a Primaris Space Marine. He was reassigned to the 2nd Company, though not to his former rank. To preserve the chapter's command structure, he accepted a position as lieutenant. The change held little weight for him. His return to service and the chance to fight once more beside his brothers was enough. In the campaigns that followed, including actions during the 4th Tyrannic War, Titus re-established his standing through consistent performance in the field. A later deployment to the world of Zauj was expected to end in his death. Instead, it marked a turning point. Following the loss of Captain Sevastus Acheran during the defense of the Hive World Trig, Titus was elevated once more to command the 2nd Company. Alongside this promotion came a broader responsibility. By order of Roboute Guilliman, the Ultramarines were tasked with restoring the realm of Ultramar to its former glory. Titus was chosen to carry out this directive and was given the title Warden of Ultramar. To support this mission, he assembled a specialized command group composed of both Astartes and mortal personnel, known as the Wardens of Ultramar. Demtrian Titus was born in 665 M41 on the Agri world of Tarentus within Ultramar. His early life offered little distinction in status, but his selection into the ranks of the Ultramarines came under unusual circumstances. A chapter selector named Matoris encountered him as a child, moving through a battlefield with an Astartes combat knife in hand. The absence of fear in the boy stood out immediately. Mitaris saw both risk and potential in that quality, and chose to bring him into the chapter, where such traits could be directed rather than left to chance. Over time, Mitaris remained a guiding figure in Titus's development. As a neophyte, Titus entered the 10th Company as a scout marine and progressed without difficulty through his early trials. His transition into a full space marine marked the beginning of a career shaped by both skill and internal struggle. In his earlier years, he carried a temper that required discipline to control. That aspect of his character gradually gave way to a more measured approach, shaped by experience and responsibility. One early engagement would follow him throughout his life. During a battle against a chaos sorcerer, Titus's entire squad was killed by warp-fueled attacks. He alone survived, despite sustaining severe injuries, and managed to kill the enemy. The circumstances raised questions within the chapter. Survival under those conditions did not align with expectation, and suspicion took root. Though no evidence of corruption was found, the doubts would linger. Titus continued forward regardless, and over time his actions in battle and his ability to deliver results under extreme conditions carried more weight than the uncertainty surrounding him. He developed a reputation for being a decisive leader and had a willingness to act when hesitation would have cost lives. His interpretation of the Codex Astartes reflected his mindset. While he respected its authority, he focused on its intent rather than strict adherence to its structure, applying its teaching in ways that matched the realities of each individual battlefield. Throughout his service, Titus endured repeated physical injuries and the lasting effects of prolonged war. He formed close bonds with fellow warriors, including veteran Sergeant Sidonus, whose influence shaped parts of his early career. Yet, the question of his resilience to the warp remained unanswered. Apothecaries could not fully explain his recovery from wounds that should have been fatal, and Titus himself offered no insight into the phenomenon. In the years following his early service, Demtrian Titus took part in a campaign on the world of Beta Arcturus, where the Ultramarines' 2nd Company deployed to repel an incursion by Craftworld Eldari forces on Bieltan. The engagement brought them into direct conflict with elite aspect warriors under the command of an Eldari autarch. During the fighting, Captain Lucian Trajan struck down the enemy commander, while Titus led the command squad into close combat with the autarch's bodyguard. In the melee that followed, Titus cut through several of these warriors, breaching their wraithbone armor with his chainsword and accounting for 3 of their number. The Eldari withdrew after their defeat, though their retreat included the capture of one of Titus's battle brothers, a young space marine named Leandros. Captain Trajan responded by leading a small force to recover the captured warrior, instructing Titus to secure the battlefield in his absence. The Eldari had anticipated this move. Hidden elements of their force emerged and encircled Trajan's detachment, overwhelming it and killing the captain. When word reached Titus, he organized a counterattack, reclaimed Trajan's body, and assumed command of the strike force. Under his direction, the Ultramarines pressed the advantage and drove the Bealtan host from Beta Octurus. The transition into leadership began as a temporary measure, but upon returning to Macragge with Trajan's remains for interment within the fortress of Hera, Chapter Master Marneus Calgar confirmed Titus as captain of the Second Company. In the years that followed, Titus led the company through a succession of campaigns against Xenos threats, heretical forces, and mutant uprisings. His conduct earned the respect of senior figures within the chapter, including First Captain Severus Agamon and Calgar himself, who regarded him as both disciplined and effective in command. Despite this recognition, Titus carried a personal burden tied to the loss of his predecessor. The responsibility of command remained closely associated with the circumstances of Trajan's death. By the later years of the 41st millennium, Titus had served for over a century and a half. Throughout that time, he fought alongside Sergeant Sidonus and battle brother Leandros, leading the Second Company in continuous operations across multiple war zones. A decade after assuming command, Titus was assigned to the Forge world of Graia, which had come under attack by a massive orc force known as Wa Grimskull. The invading horde, numbering in the millions, was led by war boss Grimskull and sought to seize advanced Imperial weaponry, including a Warlord-class battle titan. The Ultramarines' deployment formed part of a broader Imperial effort to stabilize the planet and prevent the loss of its strategic assets. The conflict on Graia unfolded within a larger design orchestrated by the Chaos Sorcerer Nemeroth, leader of a warband known as the Chosen of Nemeroth. His objective centered on an experimental power source located on the world, which he intended to use as the means to ascend to demonhood. Titus, accompanied by Sidonus and Leandros, coordinated with the Astra Militarum, specifically elements of the 203rd Cadian Shock Troops, under the command of 2nd Lieutenant Mira. Through combined efforts, they confronted and killed Grimskull, bringing an end to the Orc assault. The situation shifted when the Inquisitor assigned to the operation, Drogon of the Ordo Xenos, was revealed to be under the control of Nemeroth. His body had been reanimated and used to operate a device known as the Psychic Scourge, powered by the same experimental energy source. This device opened a portal into the warp, allowing Nemeroth, his Chaos Space Marines, and a host of demons to enter the battlefield. During these events, Titus again displayed a resistance to warp-based psychic attacks that drew attention from those around him. Leandros, known for his strict adherence to doctrine, began to question the nature of his captain's resilience. As the conflict escalated, Sergeant Sidonus was killed by Nemeroth. Titus pursued the Chaos Sorcerer and confronted him at the moment of his attempted ascension. The encounter ended with Nemeroth's death, his soul cast back into the warp before the transformation could be completed. The aftermath of the Graia campaign did not bring resolution for Titus. Despite his role in securing victory, he was detained by Inquisitor Thrax, accompanied by a force of Black Templar Space Marines. following a report submitted by Leandros. The report cited Titus's resistance to warp corruption and his departures from the Codex Astartes during the campaign as grounds for suspicion. Under these accusations, Titus was taken into custody for investigation. He was removed from the Ultramarines and subjected to interrogation under the authority of Thrax. During this period, Captain Cato Sicarius assumed command of the Second Company. Thrax himself held a long-standing distrust of the Adeptus Astartes, viewing them as a potential liability to the Imperium. His perspective had been shaped in part by earlier conflicts, such as the Badab War, where a Space Marine chapter had turned renegade. Titus remained imprisoned for more than a century. Throughout that time, he endured repeated cycles of confinement, psychic interrogation, and physical torment. He was held in stasis between sessions as Thrax attempted to determine the source, his resilience to warp energies. The examinations yielded no evidence of chaos corruption, yet Thrax continued his efforts and refused to release him. During Titus's captivity, Marneus Calgar made repeated appeals to the Inquisition, seeking his captain's release. These petitions passed through the complex and secretive structures of the Holy Ordos, with no resolution. No response ever reached the Ultramarines, and no information surfaced regarding the whereabouts of either Thrax or Titus for many years. After more than a century held in the custody of the Inquisition, Demtrian Titus remained imprisoned under the authority of Inquisitor Thrax. That period came to an end during an operation led by Thrax against the Grey Slayers chapter, a force of Adeptus Astartes that had fallen to chaos corruption. Accompanied by a substantial detachment of Grey Knights, Thrax launched a purge of the renegade chapter on their homeworld. The campaign unraveled when Thrax himself became possessed by a demon. The Grey Knights responded immediately, killing the Inquisitor to contain the threat. In the aftermath, elements of the Red Hunters were dispatched to secure Thrax's assets and investigate his activities. At a remote inquisitorial watch station, a kill team uncovered a number of Space Marines held in stasis, preserved as interrogation subjects. Titus was among them. Rather than concealing the findings, the overseeing Inquisitor ordered that these captives be transferred to the Death Watch fortress, known as Watcher's Keep, for evaluation. Titus was examined and found free of corruption or disloyalty. He entered service with the Death Watch as a Black Shield, concealing his identity from those around him. With no contact from the Ultramarines during his captivity, he came to believe that his name had been cast aside by his chapter. Acting on that belief, he removed all heraldry from his armor and accepted a form of exile within the ranks of the Death Watch. Under the name Nullus, he served in silence for many years, dedicating himself to the role of a Xenos hunter. His approach to service reflected the same discipline that had defined his earlier career, though now carried out without recognition or rank. During this time, events of great consequence unfolded across the Imperium. Roboute Guilliman returned to life on Macragge during the closing stages of the 13th Black Crusade, and assumed command as Lord Commander of the Imperium. The Indomitus Crusade began soon after, launched in response to the formation of the Great Rift, a vast warp anomaly that divided the galaxy following the destruction of Cadia by Abaddon the Despoiler. The scale of these conflicts left many Imperial worlds exposed as forces were drawn into the wider war effort. Amid this instability, the Fourth Tyrannic War began in the Segmentum Pacificus, as Tyranid hive fleets advanced into already weakened regions of Imperial space. During this period, Titus, still known as Nullus, served as part of Kill Team Kassaran. His squad included Space Marines drawn from several chapters, and together they were deployed into the Residius system. Their mission focused on reinforcing Imperial positions on the jungle world of Kadaku, where Astra Militarum forces of the 8th Cadian were struggling to contain a Tyranid invasion. The Death Watch plan called for the deployment of a virus bomb into the upper atmosphere using an orbital launcher, with the aim of reducing the swarm before it could adapt. The operation encountered immediate resistance. Their Corvus Blackstar gunship was brought down by airborne Tyranid organisms, forcing the squad to continue on foot. As they fought their way toward the launcher, they faced continuous attacks from Tyranid bioforms. Titus sustained severe injuries during an encounter with a Carnifex after holding off repeated assaults from lesser creatures. With the rest of his squad killed and his strength failing, he prepared himself for death. But at that moment, an Ultramarine strike force entered the system. Vero Tigurius, chief librarian of the Ultramarines, sensed Titus's presence through the warp while aboard the strike cruiser Righteous Fury. Despite interference caused by the Tyranid shadow in the warp, Tigurius identified the psychic signature of the warrior who had once commanded the Second Company. The Ultramarines deployed to Kadaku with elements of their First Company, including First Captain Severus Agaman. Their arrival stabilized the immediate situation, though the planet itself could not be saved. As the surviving Death Watch forces withdrew, Tigurius ordered that the mortally wounded Black Shield be recovered and transported to the Apothecarian aboard the battle barge Resilient. Titus's injuries left little chance of survival under conventional means. The decision was made to attempt the Calgarian rites, the process by which a Space Marine crosses the Rubicon Primaris. He endured the procedure and emerged transformed into a Primaris Space Marine. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself restored to the Ultramarines and granted the rank of lieutenant under Captain Sevastus Akarand, who now commanded the Second Company. His return was not without uncertainty among some of the chapter. Tigurius conducted a personal examination and confirmed the absence of any taint. He then communicated directly with Chapter Master Marneus Calgar, who authorized Titus's reinstatement. With that decision, Titus resumed his place among the Ultramarines. Once more, he took up arms as a warrior of the Second Company, prepared to continue his service in the war that lay ahead. Demtrian Titus remained unconscious within the Apothecarian aboard the Ultramarines' battle barge Resilient as the campaign in the Residius system unfolded around them. When he awoke, he was met by a chaplain who explained that Chapter Master Marneus Calgar had ordered that Titus undergo the Rubicon Primaris while he lay near death. The procedure, known among the Ultramarines as the Calgarian Rites, was undertaken because the apothecaries determined that only the enhanced physiology of a Primaris Space Marine could preserve his life. Titus endured the transformation and emerged restored, though changed. His first instinct was to return to his service within the Death Watch. The chaplain made it clear that such a path was no longer open. Titus had been judged free of corruption, and his place was once again within his chapter. Any desire for redemption would have to be pursued there. His time as the Black Shield known as Nullus would not be recorded among the Ultramarines, and much of that chapter of his life would remain unspoken. Re-equipped with Mark X Tacticus armor, Titus was ordered to report to Captain Acherand of the Second Company. Acherand acknowledged the circumstances of Titus's return and assigned him the rank of lieutenant, along with command of a reduced squad. Among those placed under his command were Sergeant Valorum Gadriel and Brother Madurus Chiron, both Primaris Marines. Titus's reluctance to speak of his past created tension within the squad, and neither warrior was aware of his former status within the chapter. At the time of Titus's return, the Second Company was engaged in the evacuation of the jungle world Kadaku. Imperial forces were attempting to withdraw the remaining population while under sustained Tyranid assault. Acherand tasked Titus and his squad with assisting the Astra Militarum in reclaiming control of the planet's orbital defense cannons. The fighting was continuous as they advanced through dense swarms of Tyranid bioforms. The squad succeeded in restoring the cannons to operation, enabling Imperial forces to destroy a Tyranid hive ship and extend the evacuation effort. Following this success, Titus and his squad were assigned to escort Archmagos Nozick off-world. The Archmagos refused to depart until critical research tied to a project designated Aurora was recovered from his compromised facility. Titus and his squad entered the overrun complex and completed the data transfer. During extraction, the Thunderhawk carrying Nozick crashed within territory controlled by Tyranid forces. When Titus reached the site, he found the Archmagos dead. Examination of the wreckage revealed that the cause had not been Tyranid attack, but the presence of Chaos forces. Among the debris, Ultramarines recovered a sealed object. Its proximity caused Titus to lose consciousness. After being returned to the Resilient, Titus reported the discovery to Acheron, including the presence of Chaos activity on Kadaku. A new directive followed. Titus was to travel to the hive world Avarax to locate Morius Luz, Nozick's apprentice, and the only individual capable of continuing work on Project Aurora. Before that could be achieved, his location within the vast urban sprawl of Avarax needed to be identified. At an Adeptus Mechanicus facility on Avarax, Titus accessed a cogitator network and obtained Luz's coordinates. While searching the system, he also uncovered additional information. Project Aurora was revealed to be an attempt to create a warp-based weapon powered by a Chaos artifact, one that Titus had previously destroyed on Graia. Mechanicus had recovered and reconstructed its remnants. Titus returned to the Resilient and confronted Akaran with this information, urging that the artifact be destroyed to prevent another warp incursion. Akaran refused, citing the authority of Roboute Guilliman, under whose directive the Mechanicus claimed to be acting. The matter remained unresolved as the mission continued. Upon returning to Avarax, Titus and his squad were intercepted by forces of the Thousand Suns Traitor Legion, who were also searching for Luz. The Ultramarines fought through the ambush and reached the Mechanicus Adept. During their withdrawal, Luz revealed that Titus had once commanded the Second Company and had been presumed dead since the events on Graia. This revelation deepened Gadriel's suspicions of him. Back aboard the Resilient, Titus pressed again for a warning to be sent to Calgar regarding Project Aurora. Akaran declined, noting that the system's astropathic relay was under Tyranid control, and that Chaos interference had blocked all communication. Titus proposed a coordinated assault. His squad would secure the relay, while other elements of the company eliminated the Hive Tyrant, directing the Tyranid swarm, and disrupted the Chaos interference. The plan was approved. As Titus advanced toward the relay, the Tyranid forces began to falter, their connection to the Hive Mind severed following the death of the Hive Tyrant. Within the relay station, Titus encountered astropath Neoma, who agreed to transmit a message to Calgar. During the transmission, Neoma accused Titus of treachery. Gadriel reacted immediately, but the confrontation ended when Chiron shot Neoma, identifying signs of Chaos corruption. Upon her death, her form erupted in warp energy, revealing the presence of a Thousand-Sun sorcerer, Lord Imura. A brief engagement followed before the sorcerer withdrew. Titus reported back to Akaran, who informed him that Chaos-aligned forces had spread across the Residius system and were concentrating their efforts on the cemetery world of Demirium, where Project Aurora had been relocated. As preparations for an assault began, Titus and Gadriel reached an understanding, with Gadriel accepting Titus's loyalty. The Ultramarines made planetfall on Demirium and advanced through resistance from Thousand Sun forces. At the site of Project Aurora, they discovered that the world concealed a Necron tomb beneath its surface. There, Luz explained the intended purpose of the weapon. By combining Necron and Mechanicus technologies with the Chaos artifact, the device was designed to banish those touched by Chaos back into the warp, beginning within the system and potentially extending even further. Imura reappeared and interfered with the project. Initially driven back, he returned and revealed that he had guided the Mechanicus' efforts to reconstruct the artifact, intending to claim it for himself. He killed Luz and seized the device. On the surface, a Necron obelisk emerged, creating a massive warp rift that allowed further Chaos forces to enter the battlefield, including a Lord of Change. Titus's squad regrouped with Akaran, and a plan was formed to disable smaller obelisks that were sustaining the rift. As they fought toward these structures, they faced heavy resistance from Thousand Suns forces. Reinforcements eventually arrived in the form of Marneus Calgar and additional Ultramarines. While these forces engaged the enemy, Titus and his squad disabled the obelisks one by one. With the final structure deactivated, the warp disturbance weakened, and Imperial forces began to regain ground. During the climax of the battle, Imura and the Lord of Change retreated into the Immaterium, casting a spell that immobilized most of the Ultramarines. Only Calgar, Titus, Gadriel, and Chiron remained unaffected. They pursued into the warp and confronted the sorcerer. As the battle unfolded, Imura attempted to harness the power of the Aurora artifact, but Titus intervened, seizing the power source and altering its function as Imura drew upon it. The resulting surge overwhelmed the Chaos Sorcerer, destroying him in a burst of psychic energy. The backlash drove back the demonic forces and ended the immediate threat. Battered and bruised from the combat, Titus teetered on the edge of consciousness, until at last he heard the voice of the Emperor himself speak to him. "Rise, son of Guilliman." And when Titus regained consciousness in real space, surrounded by Ultramarines freed from the sorcerer's influence, Calgar commended his actions and awarded him the laurels of victory when they returned to the Resilient. He then invited Titus to accompany him on a new mission. As Titus prepared to depart, he was approached once more by the chaplain who had overseen his return. The chaplain acknowledged his actions and affirmed that Titus had proven himself worthy to stand among the Ultramarines once again. He also delivered a final warning regarding the ever-present risk of corruption. Removing his helm, the chaplain revealed his identity as Leandros, the same warrior who had once reported Titus to the Inquisition following the events on Graia. Their paths had come full circle. Titus's return to the chapter carried meaning for both of them, shaped by the events that had separated them and the outcome of the campaign that had brought them together again. Some time after, Lieutenant Demtrian Titus was assigned to a mission on the world of Zauj, where he was there reunited with the warrior who had first brought him into the Ultramarines, Blade Guard veteran Sergeant Matoris. The planet had once been part of the Imperium, but it had fallen under the control of a chaos cult devoted to Tzeentch. Titus, Matoris, and two Blade Guard veterans named Icaron and Levantis formed a four-man demi-squad tasked with locating and destroying a relic tied to the cult's power. The assignment carried a high probability of death. Their primary objective was the destruction of an apostate idol dedicated to Tzeentch. A secondary objective required them to relay precise coordinates for an orbital strike from an Ultramarines vessel. The squad deployed by drop pod, landing near the suspected location of the relic. Intense warp interference disrupted communications and targeting systems, making direct bombardment impossible without ground confirmation. Upon landing, Titus was assigned to transport an ornate stasis sarcophagus through hostile terrain. During the advance, he briefly set it aside to engage and eliminate groups of chaos cultists and their vehicles. As the squad moved deeper into the region, they descended into a chasm where they encountered Zangors, beastmen that were aligned with Tzeentch. These enemies were dealt with in short order, and the squad continued toward the objective. The relic was housed within a vast chamber dominated by a statue of the Lord of Change. At this point, the squad deployed the contents of the sarcophagus, an astropath, and a portable field device designed to replicate the stabilizing effects of a Geller field. This system reduced warp interference, allowing the strike cruiser in orbit to acquire a targeting lock. As Titus activated the astropath and the device came online, the squad opened fire on the statue. At that moment, a hidden chaos sorcerer revealed herself, emerging from within the idol structure. She acted quickly, using her powers to disrupt the Geller field by killing the astropath with a telekinetically thrown blade. With the field collapsed, the warp's influence surged, and she froze time, immobilizing the squad. She then turned her attention to each of the Ultramarines in turn, entering their minds and confronting them with deeply buried fears. Icaron and Levantis were killed during these assaults. When she entered Matoris's mind, she forced him to witness a vision in which Titus, first as a child and later as a space marine, ultimately appeared as a corrupted servant of chaos. In that vision, Titus struck Matoris down with his combat knife, leaving him critically wounded. When the sorcerer attempted the same approach with Titus, the result differed. She found no fear she could exploit. Titus broke free of her control and shattered her force staff as she attempted to assert dominance over his mind. The sorcerer tried to escape by taking flight, but Titus closed the distance and killed her with his combat knife. Her death ended the temporal distortion. The bolter fire that had been halted mid-action resumed, striking the statue and destroying it. A column of light rose from the ruins, marking the target for the Ultramarines' vessel in orbit. Moments later, an orbital strike was launched. As the bombardment approached, the warship transmitted a final message, instructing the squad to accept their fate. Titus chose another course. He carried the wounded Matoris away from the impact zone, ignoring the veteran's insistence that he be left behind. With the strike imminent, Titus prepared to defend their position against advancing chaos cultists, determined to survive the encounter. In the period that followed the mission to Zauj, events within the Ultramarines brought further change. Captain Sevastus Akaran was killed alongside his task force during the defense of the hive world Trig against the Genestealer cult uprising in the Fourth Tyrannic War. In the aftermath, Marneus Calgar restored Titus to the rank of captain and returned him to command of the Second Company. After this appointment, Titus was also given the title of Master of the Watch, placing him in charge of the defense of the Fortress Monastery on the crag. His responsibilities extended beyond the chapter stronghold. By order of Roboute Guilliman, the Ultramarines were to restore the realm of Ultramar to its former extent of 500 worlds. Titus was entrusted with a central role in this effort and was granted the title Warden of Ultramar. To carry out these duties, he was authorized to assemble a dedicated command group drawn from both Space Marines and mortal personnel. This unit, known as the Wardens of Ultramar, would serve as his hand-picked force in the ongoing task of defending and expanding the realm of Ultramar. Marneus Augustus Calgar serves as the current chapter master of the Ultramarines chapter, Lord Defender of Greater Ultramar and Lord of Macragge, the capital world of Ultramar and the eastern fringe of the galaxy. He is also believed to be the first known firstborn space marine to undergo the arcane transformation that elevated him into a Primaris space marine. To understand the deeds that forged the legend of Marneus Calgar, one must look to the depths of the Fortress of Hera, the mighty fortress monastery of the Ultramarines upon Macragge. Deep within its halls lies a vault dedicating to preserving the accomplishments of the chapter's greatest heroes. Within that sanctum, 28 volumes are devoted solely to the life and achievements of Calgar, a record surpassed only by that of Roboute Guilliman himself. No other Ultramarine approaches such a tally. Since ascending to the rank of chapter master, Calgar has demonstrated extraordinary tactical skill across countless campaigns. He does not squander the lives of his warriors in reckless assaults, understanding that while victory may be shaped by commanders, it is ultimately won by those who fight upon the battlefield. His warriors follow him not only because duty demands it, but because of the loyalty and confidence his leadership inspires. Though renowned as a strategist, Calgar has repeatedly proven his personal courage. He led the breaching assault upon a Tyranid hive ship designated Behemoth Primus, one of the earliest operations of its kind against the Great Devourer. He also stood alone against a greenskin horde during the siege of Zalathras, holding a gate for an entire solar night and day. Calgar leads from the front whenever the decisive moment of a campaign approaches. When the culmination of his plans is at hand, he advances with his Ultramarines directly into the heart of the enemy's formations, crushing resistance with relentless efficiency and setting an example for all who fight beside him. Even after the resurrection of Roboute Guilliman, the people of Ultramar continue to hold Marneus Calgar in the highest regard. They know how much they owe to the warrior who guided them through some of the darkest centuries of Imperial history. To them, Calgar embodies humanity's determination to endure and prevail. In him, they see a leader who will continue to fight until the stars themselves grow cold, in service to Guilliman, the Emperor, and mankind as a whole. And though this man, known throughout the entire Imperium as Marneus Calgar, he was not born with that name. He entered the world as Tacitan, a serf of the noble house of Calgar upon Nova Thulium. As a youth, he became close companions with the noble heir Marneus Calgar, and together they sought a path beyond the rigid structures of noble society. Both dreamed of becoming space marines and earning honor through service to the Imperium. Under the instruction of a trainer named Crixus, the two boys studied alongside other aspirants on Thulium Minor. Their training continued without incident until one fateful night when they uncovered a terrible truth. Crixus and the other aspirants had fallen to the worship of corn and were participating in blood rituals dedicated to the blood god. When Tacitan and Marneus attempted to escape, they were discovered and attacked. During the struggle that followed, the young Marneus Calgar was killed. Tacitan managed to survive and flee, carrying with him the memory of his fallen friend. He swore that the name Marneus Calgar would endure and would become a space marine, and he assumed his companion's identity. In time, Tacitan became a space marine, carrying forward the name that would one day become legendary. He later hunted down and killed many of the corrupted aspirants who had embraced chaos, though he was ultimately saved from Crixus himself by the intervention of the Ultramarines. On Nova Thulium, the tomb of the true Marneus Calgar remains, recording that he died at the age of 12. As befits one regarded as the embodiment of ultramarine nobility, Marneus Calgar is utterly fearless and unwavering in battle. Where ordinary men might throw themselves into cover the first sign of incoming fire, he calmly assesses the situation, determines the most effective course of action, and only seeks shelter when no other tactical option remains. The accomplishments of Marneus Calgar are recorded within 28 volumes housed within the fortress of Hera. Among these deeds are the breaching assault upon the Tyranid hive ship Behemoth Primus, the defense of a gate against an orc horde, the defeat of an avatar of Cain in single combat during the battle for Aurar Sepulchre, and the recapture of the Star Fort Indomitable from the demonic forces of Makar the Reborn. Imperial records long maintained that Calgar, aided by the Inquisition, cast Makar back into the warp. But the truth was more troubling. The demon was not banished, only imprisoned within the core of the Star Fort. And in time, Makar would return to threaten Ultramar once again and present Calgar with one of his future greatest challenges. Going back to Marneus Calgar's earlier achievements, we start with the arrival of Hive Fleet Behemoth in the Eastern Fringe in 754 M41. It represented the greatest threat to Ultramar since the days of the Horus Heresy. The fate of the entire sector would ultimately decide upon Macragge, the ancient homeworld of the Ultramarines. When reports confirmed the approach of the Tyranids, Marneus Calgar ordered the world's formidable defenses into a heightened state of readiness. Vast fleets of warships stood ready alongside powerful orbital defense stations, while every citizen and soldier prepared for war against the alien menace. Only a few solar weeks later, the vanguard of Hive Fleet Behemoth struck. Hundreds of bioships tore through the Ultramarines' blockade and descended upon Macragge. Soon, thousands of Tyranid organisms were rampaging across the planet's surface. Recognizing that the threat could not be defeated through scattered engagements, Calgar consolidated his ground forces into 3 major armies. 2 of these were assigned to defend the polar fortresses that guarded the north and south poles of the planet. The third remained under Calgar's direct command and conducted a series of rearguard actions designed to slow the Tyranid advance. Throughout the campaign, Calgar turned the harsh landscape of Macragge into a weapon. He'd lured Tyranid swarms into narrow valleys and across vulnerable ice bridges where their numerical superiority could not be fully employed. Ultramarine gun lines held firm, while artillery barrages and carefully positioned fire corridors tore through the advancing hordes. Tactical squads launched diversionary strikes. Assault marines targeted critical synapse creatures, and armored transports carried battle brothers into flanking positions. Scouts and bike squadrons conducted feigned retreats that drew the largest Tyranid organisms into prepared kill zones, where waiting battle tanks opened fire. For a time, these methods proved effective. Then came the Battle of Cold Steel Ridge. There, the Tyranid advance refused to break. The Ultramarines encountered a creature unlike any they had faced before, a hive tyrant whose understanding of warfare rivaled their own. This being, later known as the Swarm Lord, anticipated and countered their every strategy. Under its psychic control, the Tyranid swarm began systematically overwhelming Ultramarine positions. Realizing that remaining on the surface would destroy his forces, Calgar ordered an evacuation to the orbiting battle barge Octavius. The Swarm Lord sensed its prey slipping away and hurled itself into the battle alongside an elite host of Tyranid warriors, carving a direct path toward the chapter master. But Calgar stood firm. With every strike of his gauntlets, alien horrors were smashed aside, yet the Tyranids continued to close around him. His armor was torn apart, his body grievously wounded, and still he refused to surrender. Near death, he faced the Swarm Lord in single combat. The two clashed amidst the carnage as warriors and monsters died around them. Calgar fought on with the last of his strength, but the Swarm Lord eventually struck him down. But before the Tyranid leader could finish its work, Calgar's honor guard rushed forward. They placed themselves between their fallen commander and the enemy, forming a living shield. Bolters thundered and blades flashed as they fought desperately to hold back the advancing Swarm Lord. Their sacrifice bought the needed time for the Thunderhawks to arrive. As Calgar was carried to safety, the field of Cold Steel Ridge was lost. Only hours later, the main body of Hive Fleet Behemoth arrived above Macragge. Ignoring all but the most essential medical treatment, Calgar resumed command and launched an immediate counteroffensive. Tyranid vessels were caught between the devastating firepower of Macragge's polar fortresses and the warships under Calgar's command. Bioships were destroyed in vast numbers, yet hundreds remained. As the battle raged in orbit, the Tyranids launched thousands of mycetic spores toward the polar fortresses before withdrawing from the immediate engagement. Trusting his warriors to hold the strongholds, Calgar pursued the retreating Hive Fleet, determined to prevent it from devastating other Imperial worlds. On the surface, the defenders fought a desperate battle for survival. Veterans of the First Company launched repeated counterattacks before withdrawing to man walls and trenches. Titans of Legio Praetor strode across the frozen wastelands, carving smoking scars through the Tyranid advance with their immense weaponry. Still, the swarm came. At the northern fortress, Tyranid organisms used the bodies of their own dead as cover while advancing toward the walls. Even mighty titans were dragged down beneath overwhelming numbers. Ammunition reserves dwindled despite preparations made for a siege expected to last months. Through it all, the Ultramarines continued fighting without surrendering to despair. Meanwhile, Calgar pursued the High Fleet to the world of Circe. There, Battle Fleet Bacca arrived from the great naval stronghold of Bacca and trapped the Tyranids between two vast imperial fleets. Such was Marneus Calgar's plans all along. The resulting engagement devastated both sides. Numerous imperial warships were destroyed before the Emperor-class battleship, the Dominus Astra, sacrificed itself, detonating its warp drive and dragging the remaining Tyranid vessels into a catastrophic rift within the Immaterium. With the High Fleet destroyed, Calgar immediately returned to Macragge. The first reinforcements to reach the northern fortress were the Ultramarines' 3rd Company, under Captain Fabian and Chaplain Cassius. Deploying by drop pod into a wasteland covered in corpses, shattered fortifications, they were met by scenes of devastation. Tyranid creatures emerged from tunnels almost immediately after the company landed. Waves of attackers surged toward the Astartes, and only disciplined fire from the Devastator squads prevented the defenders from being overwhelmed. Gunships eventually arrived to force the Tyranids back underground, allowing the Ultramarines to advance into the fortress. Accompanied by 3 dreadnoughts, the 3rd Company fought through corridors coated in alien ichor and still crowded with hostile creatures. Their search eventually brought them to the lower Generatorium, where the defenders had made their final stand. There, they found mountains of Tyranid dead. At the center of the slaughter lay a circle of Terminators, fallen where they had fought back to back. The warriors of the 1st Company had held the fortress longer than anyone could have believed possible, and slain Tyranids beyond counting. In the end, every one of them had fallen. The Battle of Macragge remains a source of both pride and sorrow for the chapter and its chapter master. High Fleet Behemoth had been defeated, and Ultramar had survived, but the cost was immense. Statues were raised in honor of the fallen, and their names are remembered each year during the Feast of Days. Yet the destruction of the 1st Company left a wound that would take years to heal. In the aftermath, Marneus Calgar and the Ultramarines became central figures in the Imperium's ongoing conflicts against the Tyranids. Recognizing the scale of the threat, Calgar authorized a measure that departed from the strict dictates of the Codex Astartes. The surviving veterans of the Battle of Macragge were reorganized into specialized anti-Tyranid formations. These warriors became known as the Tyrannic War Veterans. Forming the core of the rebuilt 1st Company, they were equipped with enhanced armor and hardened by experiences few in the Imperium could match. Their knowledge of the Tyranid threat made them among the most formidable warriors in humanity's service. In 762 M41, Marneus Calgar led the battered remnants of the Ultramarines chapter into war against the demon-corrupted Forge world of Thrax. The world had fallen under the influence of chaos, its manufactoria twisted into blasphemous engines of corruption, and its once proud industries given over to dark powers. Under Calgar's command, the Ultramarines fought their way through the corrupted forge complexes, banishing thousands of demons and reclaiming valuable data records hidden within the warped manufactoria. The campaign was hard fought, but the mission ultimately achieved its objectives. Once the necessary intelligence had been secured and the world judged beyond salvation, Calgar gave the final order. Exterminatus was declared, and Thrax was destroyed. But of the many legendary deeds attributed to Marneus Calgar, few are spoken of more often than his actions during the defense of the hive city of Zalathras in 797 M41. As the city came under assault from an immense orc horde, Calgar took his place at the city gates and held the line alone. For an entire night and day, he stood against the greenskin tide, preventing the enemy from breaking through the city's defenses. The feat became one of the defining moments of his long career, and further cemented his reputation throughout Ultramar and the wider Imperium. In 888 M41, an Eldar emissary from Biel-Tan arrived upon the imperial world of Comrath, seeking the return of an ancient Eldar artifact known as the Scepter of Galaxian. The relic had long been housed within the tomb of Captain Orar, one of the Ultramarines' most celebrated heroes. The emissary entered negotiations with the planetary governor, requesting the artifact's return. When the request was denied, the discussions quickly deteriorated. Appeals became demands, and demands soon became threats. Unwilling to tolerate such behavior from a Xenos envoy, the governor ordered the Eldar executed. Though the governor refused to yield, he took the threat seriously enough to request assistance from the Ultramarines. His caution proved justified, as soon after, forces from the Alaitok and Iendencraft worlds launched an assault upon Comrath in an effort to reclaim the artifact. Captain Orar had been one of the Ultramarines' greatest heroes during the years following the Horus Heresy, and Marneus Calgar swore that no alien would desecrate the sanctity of his resting place. For the first time since the Battle of Macragge, the chapter master committed the entire Ultramarines chapter to war. When the Eldar descended upon Orar's sepulchre, they found the monument defended by the sons of Guilliman. Aspect warriors and guardians surged toward the tomb, while grav tanks and artillery batteries bombarded the Imperial positions. At Calgar's command, the Ultramarines emerged from concealment and unleashed disciplined volleys of bolter fire that swept the attackers from the steps of the sepulchre. The Eldar attempted to withdraw, only to discover their retreat routes blocked by assault marines and land speeders. As Eldar commanders emerged to reorganize their forces, hidden Ultramarine scouts revealed themselves and brought down the alien leaders with precise sniper fire. The first assault collapsed, yet the Eldar refused to abandon their objective. For an entire day and night, they launched repeated attacks against the sepulchre. Despite employing every weapon and arcane device at their disposal, they failed to overcome the defensive plans devised by Calgar. On the following day, the Eldar launched a renewed assault led by a towering figure engulfed in flame. An avatar of Kayla Minsha Kane, the Eldar god of war, strode at the head of the attack. Heavy weapons fire struck the creature repeatedly, but every hit seemed only to fuel its wrath. The Ultramarine battle line began to buckle beneath its advance. Recognizing the danger, Calgar stepped forward and challenged the Avatar himself. The burning war god answered with fury. Its first strike narrowly missed the chapter master. The second ripped armor plates from his body. A third cut deeply into his shoulder and drove him to one knee. Then came a fourth blow, which crashed into the armored palm of Calgar's left hand. Seizing the moment, Calgar surged back to his feet. With all of his strength, he swung his other gauntlet in a devastating arc and drove it through the molten torso of the Avatar. The creature collapsed. With their war god defeated before their very eyes, the Eldar lost the will to continue the battle. Some fled in panic, while others conducted an orderly withdrawal, but all abandoned the field and disappeared into the darkness. The Ultramarines had prevailed once again. Yet Calgar understood that the Eldar would eventually return for the Scepter of Galaxian. To prevent future attacks, he informed the governor of Comrath that the relic would be removed from Orar's sepulchre and transported to Macragge, where it could be guarded more effectively. And in 921 M41, while traveling toward the Darkhold battle zone, Marneus Calgar's vessel was ambushed by a warband of the Night Lord's Traitor Legion. The attack left the chapter master's ship crippled and forced it to make an emergency landing upon the sparsely populated imperial feudal world of Barthred. Shortly afterward, several hundred Night Lords descended upon the planet in pursuit. Faced with overwhelming odds, Calgar rallied the world's feudal inhabitants and organized them for war. Under his leadership, the people of Barthred fought alongside the Ultramarines and ultimately defeated the Night Lords in a hard-fought and heroic campaign. Makar the Thriceborn had once been known as Malok Cartho, a chaplain and later a dark apostle of the Wordbearers Legion during the Horus Heresy. Following his death and ascension to demonhood, he became a demon prince of Chaos Undivided and would plague Ultramar for centuries. In 878 M41, under the name Makar Reborn, he emerged from the warp and led a Chaos pirate fleet against Ultramar. His invasion was opposed by the Ultramarines' Second Company under Captain Cato Sicarius. During the fighting within the Helimar Rift, Sicarius destroyed much of Makar's fleet. The Demon Prince himself escaped back into the warp. More than half a century later, in 935 M41, Makar returned. This time, he seized control of the star fort Indomitable within Ultramarin space. Marneus Calgar personally led the assault to reclaim it. During the battle, Calgar confronted Makar in single combat and defeated him. Yet the demon's hatred for Ultramar and the Imperium proved so potent that even with the aid of the Inquisition, the Imperials could not banish him back to the warp. Instead, they devised a different solution. Makar was bound directly to the warp core of the star fort itself. The binding was crafted in such a way that every attempt by the demon to escape would only strengthen his imprisonment. To further secure the captive demon, the Indomitable was assigned a secret course through the most remote and uncharted regions of Ultramar, guarded by nearly half of the Ultramarines' 5th Company. The truth of Makar's imprisonment was concealed, concerned that knowledge of his survival might encourage attempts to free him. The official Ultramarine account declared that Marneus Calgar had torn the demon limb from limb and cast him back into the warp. In 993 M41, the Ultramarines suppressed a rebellion on the industrial world of Icar 4, only to find themselves confronted by an even greater threat. High Fleet Kraken descended upon the planet, forcing the chapter into a desperate struggle for survival. Accompanied by Chaplain Cassius and veterans who had survived the First Tyrannic War, Calgar launched a daring offensive aimed at severing the Tyranid synaptic control network. The battle was fought with exceptional ferocity, aided greatly by the relentless aggression with which Cassius led his fellow Space Marines into combat. During this campaign, Calgar once again encountered the Swarm Lord. The creature was effectively the reincarnation of the same monstrous foe that had nearly killed him during the Battle of Macragge centuries earlier. This time, the outcome was different. Upon the blood-soaked battlefields of Icar 4, Marneus Calgar defeated the Swarm Lord and slew the Tyranid beast with his bare hands. With the Swarm Lord destroyed, there remained no Tyranid commander capable of matching Calgar's strategic brilliance. The Ultramarines systematically dismantled the remaining Tyranid swarms and secured victory. The triumph came too late to save Icar 4 itself, as the Tyranids had already reduced the world to a devastated charnel house of ruin and death. The consequences extended beyond the destruction of the planet. The hive mind eventually reabsorbed the Swarm Lord's consciousness. The lessons learned from its defeat remained within the greater Tyranid intelligence, ensuring that the creature's next incarnation would emerge even more dangerous and cunning than before. Meanwhile, and elsewhere, the previous decision to imprison rather than destroy Makar would nearly bring catastrophe upon Ultramar. In 997 M41, the Iron Warrior's warsmith Hansu succeeded in freeing the Demon Prince. Makar subsequently allied himself with Hansu in a campaign intended to devastate Ultramar and destroy the Ultramarines. The conflict culminated upon the Ultramaran world of Talisar, where Marneus Calgar confronted Makar one final time. During the battle, the chapter master wielded an ancient weapon dating back to the Battle of Calv during the Horus Heresy, a relic known as a Shard of Erebus. Using the blade, Calgar finally succeeded in annihilating the Demon Prince. The aftermath of this conflict is said to have changed him. Having witnessed the consequences of his earlier decisions regarding Makar, Calgar emerged from the ordeal with a greater sense of humility. Despite learning the truth behind the demon's imprisonment and the inaccuracy surrounding the official account of his fate, the officers and rulers of the Ultramarines never lost faith in their chapter master. Their respect and affection for Marneus Calgar endured unchanged, and he remained one of the most revered leaders in the history of the chapter. Later, in 999 M41, almost immediately after the invasion of Makar's Bloodborne, Ultramar was attacked by a tendril of Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade. As Abaddon had been warned that events were unfolding upon Macragge that could shift the course of his long war against the Imperium in favor of the Emperor's servants. These events concerned the arrival of the Celestine Crusade, composed of survivors from the fall of Cadia, who had escaped through the webway with the aid of the Eldar Inari. When the Celestians and their Inari allies were escorted to Macragge, the world had already become the vital center of defense in the new Ultramar campaign. Among the arrivals was Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Cole, who made it clear to Marneus Calgar's War Council that they required access to the Temple of Correction within the fortress of Hera. There, the Primarch Roboute Guilliman remained enthroned in stasis, suspended between life and death. The newcomers claimed they possessed a device capable of resurrecting the mortally wounded demigod. First Captain Severus Agaman strongly opposed the idea. He stated plainly that he did not trust these strangers, nor the mysterious device they had brought into the heart of the Ultramarines' fortress monastery. With immediate danger surrounding them, and the battle for Macragge still raging, Agamon argued that the pilgrims should be confined and their device locked within a stasis vault until it could be examined safely. As for the Xenos, he advised they be destroyed before they could threaten the chapter master or the fortress of Hera. Saint Celestine then attempted to explain the divine nature of her mission and the revelation she had received from the Emperor. Her words were met by the raised bolters of several Ultramarine honor guard, along with the condemner bolter of Inquisitor Katarina Greyfax, whose Puritan suspicions had been stirred once more. The message was clear. This was now a matter for the rulers of Ultramar to decide. All eyes turned to Marneus Calgar. The chapter master looked to Chief Librarian Vero Tigurius for counsel. Though none of the honor guard noticed, Ivrain and the Visarch subtly prepared themselves for battle, every slight shift in posture placing them on the edge of violence should the council turn against them. For several long moments, Tigurius remained silent. His weathered features were heavy with thought. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of power and wisdom. He reminded Calgar that he had endured troubling visions in the days before the attack upon Macragge. In those visions, Tigurius had seen iron birds taking flight from a distant crimson orb filled with churning cogs. The birds had passed through fire and shadow, spilling from a vast broken castle gate. In their jagged talons, they carried a blazing sword, and holy light shone upon their wings as they flew toward Ultramar. Through the ruptured gateway, Tigurius had seen a staring, slit-pupiled eye. As the birds neared Macragge, a giant maw filled with bloodied fangs opened around them, ready to close. At first, Tigurius believed these visions referred to the fall of Cadia and the Black Legion's assault upon Ultramar. They had already prompted the strengthening of the fortress's defenses and the sending of astropathic messages that brought the Ultramar defense fleet back to Macragge at a critical hour. Now, however, Tigurius believed the visions also concerned the travelers standing before them. He declared that he would vouch for their presence, including that of the Eldar, that he believed their arrival to be the will of the Emperor made manifest. Whispers passed through the Strategium. Calgar nodded solemnly, then bade the Celestians explain themselves in their own words. Inquisitor Greyfax, Marshal Marius Almoric of the Black Templars, and Saint Celestine recounted the bloody fall of Cadia and the desperate flight that had followed. Even Ivrain offered a few guarded details that helped explain the presence of the Inari among them. Only Belisarius Caul refused to speak plainly. Despite repeated questioning from Calgar, the Archmagos would not reveal what his auto-reliquary contained, nor what he expected to happen within Guilliman's shrine. While the pilgrims spoke, the war continued. Reports streamed into the Strategium: troop movements, enemy drop sites, counterattack patterns, ammunition counts, and countless fragments of battlefield intelligence. Calgar absorbed them all while listening, issuing short orders where needed, and keeping his gaze fixed upon the shifting holomap above him. He wished to understand these visitors and the strange alliance that had brought them to Macragge, yet he would not neglect the defense of his fortress to do so. At last, Greyfax finished their account. She added that she was empowered to act as the Emperor's representative in the matter, and that if Caul proved false, she would gladly assume responsibility for his summary execution. Calgar raised a hand, silencing further protests from the pilgrims and from the frowning Agamon. Then he delivered his judgment. The Celestians would be permitted to bring their auto-reliquary to the shrine of Guilliman, though they would do so under heavy Ultramarines guard. Calgar acknowledged the wisdom of Agamon's caution, but declared that they lived in extraordinary times. Chaos had set foot upon the bedrock of Macragge once again, while the warp churned in madness around them. The enemy had clearly been aided by the supernatural powers it served. Calgar would not ignore the foresight of his chief librarian, or the words of the living saint in such an hour, even if Belisarius Caul had given him little cause for trust. Agamon accepted the ruling with stoic discipline. Caul began to speak, but Calgar cut him off. The chapter master also permitted the Inari to accompany their allies. To him, it was clear that great events were unfolding, and that the Emperor's hand was upon them. The presence of the Inari could not be mere chance. Whatever the Emperor's will demanded, Marneus Calgar would not be the one to defy it. His decision proved wise, as despite a massive chaos counterattack meant to prevent Guilliman's resurrection, Caul's arcane technology and the psychic power of the Eldar god of the dead in need, channeled through Ivrain, restored Roboute Guilliman to life and allowed him to rise again as Lord of Ultramar. During the fighting within the Temple of Correction, before Caul had placed the armor of fate upon the Primarch's body, the Archmagos moved to cut the stasis field that had preserved Guilliman for millennia. Calgar, engaged in battle, saw this and believed a terrible betrayal was unfolding. Desperate, he looked to Chief Librarian Tigurius to stop him. Calgar watched the Martian tech priest step back from the auto-reliquary with the manner of one who had completed a satisfying task. The dome-shaped machine hummed forward and opened like the petals of some vast carnivorous flower. From where Calgar stood, he could not see fully inside, though he glimpsed glowing energies, unfurling mechadendrites, clamping pincer limbs, and whirring bone drills. The sight filled him with revulsion. The auto-reliquary rose and extended itself around the seated form of the Primarch. At the same moment, Ivrain moved with unnatural grace, evading bolt shells as she raised her blade. Calgar found his voice and roared for them to stop. In the Emperor's name, he commanded Tigurius to intervene. To his horror, the Chief Librarian looked directly at him and shook his head. Tigurius instead shouted for the act to be done, warning the Xenos that the Emperor would condemn him if she deceived them. Calgar raised his bolters to fire, but Ivrain's blade fell too quickly. It severed the cabling that fed power to Guilliman's stasis field. Energies flared, and from within the closing arms of the auto-reliquary came a rattling sigh that would remain with Calgar until his dying day. Consumed by despair and fury, Calgar turned upon the traitors who had forced events to such a desperate point and threw himself back into the battle. His fear, however, was misplaced. Calgar was soon overwhelmed by the sheer number of Chaos Terminators swarming the shrine. He roared in defiance as they bore him to the ground, hacking, stabbing, and stamping at him beneath their mass. He did not see the Primarch awaken. He did not see Guilliman rise in wrath and clear the Temple of Correction of the arch-enemy. As the traitors retreated, the battered form of Marneus Calgar was revealed upon the floor. His armor was cracked, and his face beaten bloody. Guilliman paused in his fury and looked down upon his fallen son with an unreadable expression. Calgar stirred. One eye opened, and he looked up at the Primarch reborn. Satisfied that his scion lived, Guilliman continued onward, leaving the wounded chapter master staring in disbelief at his resurrected Genesire. When the battle within the temple was won, and Calgar had recovered with the preternatural resilience of the Adeptus Astartes, he returned with Guilliman to the Strategium of the Fortress of Hera. In a moment that would later be immortalized in Macragge's statuary, Guilliman formally accepted command of the defense of the Ultramarines' homeworld from First Captain Agamon. Calgar stood beside his Primarch during the exchange, badly wounded and supported by 2 honor guards, yet determined to be present. Guilliman, in a gesture of noble humility, requested the chapter master's leave to assume full command of the Ultramarines. Calgar shrugged off the support of his brothers and, grimacing in pain, knelt before his Genesire. With solemn devotion, he offered eternal fealty to the Primarch and granted him full command of the chapter in perpetuity. Guilliman then turned to the Strategium table. Spreading his hands across it, he drew a deep breath and began to command. With every order he gave, the plight of the invaders worsened. His strategic mastery, tactical genius, and vast mental capacity were beyond anything the assembled leaders had witnessed. Calgar and his lieutenants had waged a superhuman campaign of resistance, yet the Primarch operated at a level far beyond even them. At Guilliman's command, overlapping firestorms and coordinated interceptor strikes cleared the skies above the fortress of Hera. With the airspace secured, Ultramarines reserves and vast numbers of Ultramar defense auxilia flowed into battle according to precise deployment patterns. Feints, ambushes, false retreats, and crushing counterattacks tore through the chaos formations and drove them from the fortress grounds. Guilliman directed hundreds of thousands of warriors at once, anticipating enemy actions and countering them before they could fully unfold. By the time the Primarch and his chosen companion strode out to lead the battle in person, the attackers were already reeling. The assault Guilliman led into the heart of the enemy lines broke the invasion. Black Legionaries, Iron Warriors, Alpha Legionaries, and Night Lords were hurled back from the walls. Traitor Titans fell like burning towers, crashing down in ruin. 3 solar hours after his resurrection, Roboute Guilliman completed the purge of Chaos forces from the fortress of Hera and declared the stronghold secured. Only then could Macragge draw breath and take stock of what had occurred. As servitors and chapter serf work gangs labored to reinforce the battered defenses, Guilliman summoned a select gathering to the chapter master's sanctum. Long the domain and throne room of Marneus Calgar, it now became the sanctum of the Primarch himself. There, Roboute Guilliman was formally invested once more as Lord of Ultramar and Master of the Ultramarines. Calgar, Sigurius, Agamon, and their closest lieutenants attended, along with the representatives from every company of the chapter. The Celestians were also present, with Saint Celestine ceremonially bestowing her blessing upon the Primarch. Even the Inari observed from the shadows, silent and unacknowledged, their expressions cold and watchful. When the ceremony ended, Guilliman addressed the assembly. There was much to be done, and there were countless questions that required answers. Before he could act further, he needed to know everything that had transpired during his long absence. Over the next 7 solar months, Calgar and the Ultramarines fought in service of their restored Primarch. During the campaign to retake Macragge, Calgar oversaw pinpoint strikes to reclaim the primary orbital batteries of Magna Civitas, the planetary capital. Soon, ruby beams of fire were lancing into the heavens, forcing Chaos warships from their geosynchronous positions above the fortress of Hera. Before the campaign was fully complete, Guilliman announced that he would leave Ultramar and travel to Terra. He intended to meet with the Emperor and determine how best to defend the wider Imperium from the disasters now closing around it. The war across Ultramar had not yet ended, and its reconquest still required gifted commanders. Guilliman selected battle brothers from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd companies of the Ultramarines to accompany him on what he named the Terran Crusade, placing them under the command of Captain Cato Sicarius. He also requested that Grand Master Aldrich Voldus of the Grey Knights of the Third Brotherhood join the crusade. Other forces pledged themselves to the Primarch's cause, including the assembled strength of the Ultramarines' primogenitor chapters, the Emperor's champions Marius Almeric and his Black Templars, the Living Saint, Inquisitor Greyfax, and Archmagos Dominus Call. Guilliman accepted their aid then commanded Marneus Calgar, Chief Librarian Tigurius, and Captain Agamon to remain behind and complete the reconquest of Ultramar. The restored realm of the 500 worlds could hardly have been placed in safer hands. During the era of the Indomitus Crusade, Marneus Calgar remained chapter master of the Ultramarines, while Guilliman governed the Imperium as its new Lord Commander. His title, however, changed. No longer Master of Ultramar, Calgar became Lord Defender of Greater Ultramar, while Guilliman alone was recognized as the true ruler of the realm. During the Plague Wars, Calgar personally suppressed multiple anti-imperial uprisings and mutinies among the Ultramar Auxilia in the Illyrian region of Macragge. He later slowed an orc offensive toward the Forge world of Metallica through rapid strike tactics. At some point during this period, Marneus Calgar became the first traditional Space Marine to undergo the surgical process required to become a Primaris Space Marine. Belisarius Cawl himself performed the procedure, though Calgar was warned beforehand that there was a 61.6% chance of failure and death, as the process had not yet been perfected. Calgar was cut open from crown to heel. The 3 additional Primaris gene seed organs, the Magnificat, the Belisarian furnace, and the sinew coils, were implanted into his body. To trigger the transformation, his metabolism had to be shut down and restarted. He was clinically dead for more than 20 minutes before the Belisarian furnace activated and restored him to life. The operation was dangerous and difficult, but Calgar survived. In doing so, he proved to other traditional Space Marines that a new path existed for the Adeptus Astartes. After his transformation, Calgar began wearing the armor of Heraclus, a specially crafted suit of Mark X Gravis power armor built to fit his larger Primaris frame. And later, when Demtrian Titus was recovered by the Ultramarines on the planet Kadaku, Calgar ordered that he undergo the Rubicon Primaris surgery, as it was the only means by which he could survive his wounds. Calgar also authorized Titus's immediate reinstatement as an Ultramarine. Before he could meet Titus in person, however, Calgar was summoned elsewhere by Guilliman. A few days later, Calgar returned to the Residius system after receiving a message from Titus. He arrived at the planet Demarium alongside his Victrix Guard and reinforcements from the 1st and 3rd companies. Upon arrival, Calgar entered the battle and saved Titus and the members of the 2nd Company who were defending the company banner. After being briefed on the situation, he approved a plan based on Gadriel's theory and supported by Titus. The plan called for the smaller Project Aurora obelisks to be inverted, weakening the energy field that protected the central obelisk. Calgar then addressed the warriors of the 2nd Company and went into battle beside them while teams moved to invert the obelisks. After the final obelisks were turned, Imura fled through a tear in reality into the warp. Calgar pursued him, with Titus and his squad close behind. Once inside, Calgar became trapped fighting illusions. When Titus arrived to free him, Calgar demanded that he repeat what he had told him on Talisar, using the memory to prove that he was real. Titus answered correctly. Calgar then fought Imura alongside Titus and his squad, and Imura finally died when Titus destroyed the fragment of his power source. Later, aboard the battle barge Resilient, Calgar held a ceremony and presented Titus with the laurels of victory for his role in the conflict. Afterward, he informed Titus that he would be taking part in a mission away from the Second Company, one recommended by the chaplain. Calgar then departed aboard his ship with Titus and set off to reclaim the 500 worlds of Ultramar.